just a moment and then you should be
Okay.
good.
Alrighty.
All right, it looks like we are live and recording here. So welcome everyone to this work session of the South Kingstown Town Council. Before we get to any items on the agenda, we're going to have a few interviews. All of these are for the planning board. Three members who would like to be reappointed. I believe we do actually have somebody who has applied to join the planning board, so I'm not sure we'll be able to come to a final decision tonight on appointments, but it will be good to get through these three interviews in any case. I have pulled in Joseph Murphy, so he's first in line. Joe, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, great.
So, I mean, normally this is sort of a new procedure for us, having people come back in. So the usual questions might not apply quite as well. So maybe the best question is, you know, how have you found your time on the planning board? What have you found that you've learned? And what do you think can be improved?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to thank the members for consideration for reappointment. I've been on, I don't know exactly how long, about 5-6 years. So it's been a little while. I find it very satisfying. I won't necessarily say fun because I don't think that's the right word, but it's certainly satisfying. You know, I think that South Kingstown has a really strong sense of place. I'm sure you all feel that, and that's the reason why you're in the positions you are. But the sense of place, a lot of that comes from, or was reinforced from getting involved. And that's, I think that builds on your sense of place. When my kids were younger, I was involved in their activities, assistant scoutmaster and soccer coach and that type of stuff. My kid's a little older now, so I'm not involved in those types of things. But I do get a lot of satisfaction on being in the plan board, and I do think that it certainly reinforces the sense of place. Challenging at times, yeah. I mean, usually you have two different sides that maybe are looking for something a little different. I think what's important is finding balance, and truthfully, I believe that we do have that balance on the planning board. I'm interested to hear from the town council whether you believe we have the right balance or whether we're too left, too right. But I find it very satisfying.
Thank you. Other questions from the council, and feel free to answer Joe's question to us if that helps you formulate your own questions as well.
Joe Veely. So Joe, I think it's interesting to hear that you think that there's good balance there. Do you think that overall the planning board is overall fair to applicants?
Joe, sorry, you cut in and out a little bit, so I heard parts of your question, the beginning and the end of your question, but not the middle.
Well, no, I'm just kidding. So my question was, do you think that overall the planning board is fair to the people that come before it and, you know, the applicants that come before it?
I do. I think that sometimes we could be a little inquisitive, use that word. I mean, I look back over, you know, the 5 or 6 years, and I would say there's probably only been a handful, or maybe slightly more than a handful of projects that weren't approved. But the ones that are approved, there's usually some pretty good, thoughtful questioning. And I think that we try to address it thoroughly. You know, at the end of the day, you get property rights and people need to have a right to build on their land. But we also need to make sure that the neighbors' concerns are mitigated. And I think that is what we try to get at, is how do we get this project approved and mitigate all the concerns from the other stakeholders?
Great, thank you. And to answer your question to us, my personal answer is, I think that it's important to have balance on planning, especially, and I think we are, you know, fairly close to being in balance. So, you know, not
too far.
Yeah, not totally unhappy with with the makeup of the planning board, because I think that it is important to have balance. Of course, there are some, while we need to respect the rights of the abutters, as long as the applicant isn't infringing on those rights of the abutters, they sort of take precedent. That's my own personal opinion, but I think we overall have fairly good balance on the planning board. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Other questions from council members for Joe?
Joe, this is Brian DeCruz.
Hi, Brian.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Within the last year, are there any major things that stand out to you as something that was a challenge that the planning board was able to overcome?
I don't think that there was any major challenges. I mean, I'll give you an example of a project that I think was we worked through, and maybe some people may consider a little more detail than we should have. But the Tunica Oyster Bar across the street, the parking lot, increasing that to the and having the his hatchery there. It's a good project. I think that he's very good for the community, and I think that overall it was a project that was right to go forward, and it did go forward. But at the same time, we were concerned with all that was additional parking, which was pretty significant, and the sensitivity of the Potter's Pond area. So there was a lot of back and forth, probably a lot more questions than maybe some people thought was appropriate. But we ended up with, on the edges of the parking lot, rain gardens that could do a little filtration for the parking lot. So I think that the environmental sensitivity of Potter's Pond was worth those extra, maybe it was an extra hour or 2 hours of questions. But I think that, again, the sensitivity of Potter's Pond and what that means to South Kingstown was worth that level of detail.
Thank you.
Abel, if I may, it's Debbie Kelso, Mr. Murphy. I was not on this council when you were appointed, so if you could give me a little bit of your professional background and what drew you to your application to become a member of the planning board.
Okay, and just in general, the audio seems to be going in and out, but I did get the gist of your question. So my career was 35 years with the Department of Navy at the Naval Undersea Warfare Center. The majority of time I served as the Director of Base Operations, and including in that was Public Works, Safety, Environmental, Security, Facilities, Supply, the mailroom. Those are the types of things. Those are all the things I managed for the Naval Undersea Warfare Center. When I had the interview with the planning board, and not the planning board, with the town council, my original applicant, what I said I brought to the planning board was really, I'd break down into three things. One is my background as an engineer, and I'm a professional engineer. So when we talk about subdivisions and wetlands and culvert design and all the drainage, all those types of things, I've done quite a bit of that, including subdivision design. So that was one piece. The second piece was environmental. I chaired the environmental review board for the Naval Undersea Warfare Center. We did all the planning for the Navy. So whether it was EISers, EAs, categorical exclusions, we looked at all the activities that Newark was doing and the fleet was doing, and did planning for 2, 5, and 7 years out. So the environmental was a big piece. And the last is business. In addition to my I have a BS in engineering and an MS in engineering, but I also have an MBA.
Thank you.
I own rental property, so I run my own business. So it's really kind of that business, environmental, and engineering piece.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Any final questions? I want to allow time for our other applicants as well. All right, seeing none, thank you very much for coming back before us, Joe. As I said, we may not have an answer for you tonight, but we'll let you know as soon as we do.
Okay, great. And thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you. And now I will bring in Maria Mack. see. She is. And Maria, you are unmuted on our end. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you. If you do want to be seen, I think you have that ability by clicking on the little video icon in the bottom left corner. Otherwise, we're happy to just see your name there. You may have heard what I said to Joe. You know, we're going through a little different process here, but if you want to tell us about your experiences on the planning board and what you think can be improved, that would be great.
Thank you. I found that my time on the planning board has been very rewarding. I think that the evolution of the town as a whole, things that we have done, such as several comprehensive plans and their updates, the village master plans, and really interacting with different segments of the community and making sure that that engagement occurs has been very satisfying for me.
Now, are there questions from other council members? Maria?
Maria, Joe Veely here. Same question that I posed to Joe. What's your feeling about the fairness or how fairly applicants are treated once they come before a planning board? Our planning board.
My opinion has been that they are treated very fairly. We have a very well-qualified staff that helps them through the process. We have very specifics in terms of a checklist that they need to make certain that they have completed prior to coming before the planning board. They also go through the technical review committee. So there's a lot of input, and I think that most of what a planning board does is has to communicate very well with an applicant, with the public, with the abutters. And I think asking questions, having good communication always results in a better project.
And then just a second question, how do you feel about the balance of the current planning board?
The balance of the board, the majority of board members have been on the board for quite some time, so they understand the process. And I think that everyone works well within the regulatory environment that we currently have.
So, but you're happy with the diverse cross-section of people, in other words, people from different sectors?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Maria, this is Bryant. I'll ask you a similar question that I asked Joe. Within the last year or two, what have been some of your most significant challenges and things that were overcome?
I think some of the biggest challenges are time related. For example, we have not only projects that we're reviewing, but we have other policy initiatives. And I'm sure council members will recall fondly the building height issue that came up, in which we had a very limited time frame to make changes due to the legislation that was brought forward by the General Assembly. We tried our best to come up with something that was reasonable, that would allow for the continuation of the sense of place in that particular part of the community. And then we had input from property owners, from architects, and then we modified those before we sent them forward to the council. So that was something that was definitely challenging, but I think in the end, we ended up with something that was workable and usable.
Thank you.
And Maria, it's Debbie Kelso. So I was not on this council when you were appointed. Just give us a little bit about your background and what drew you to the planning board to begin with.
So my background, I am a small business owner and have been so for more than 20 years. I own a farm, and I have always been active in the community, particularly in transportation planning. I worked with the late Senator Chafee on the ICE-T legislation and the Ministerial Road, Scenic Roadway. I was a founding member of Grow Smart. So I've been involved in land use planning and transportation for quite some time, and being able to use that knowledge to help the community is what drew me to the planning board in the first place.
Thank you.
Hi, Maria. Rory McEntee. I've met with you on several occasions, during my tenure as a town councilman, and you certainly bring a great expertise to the table on the planning board. And we appreciate the service that you've put forth over the years. And I think you make a great applicant, and I'm happy to support your reappointment to this board. So I just want to make that be known.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rory. With that, Maria, I think I'm going to have to let you go just so we can get to everybody. But thank you again for being willing to serve again. I appreciate all your years of service, and commend your making it to almost every meeting, it seems. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
All right. Pete, there he is. All right, I am bringing in Peter DeStefano. And let me unmute you, Pete. All right, Pete, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, very good. We can hear you and see you.
All right.
So you may have heard sort of what's been going on with the previous two. So if you want to just talk about your experiences on the board so far and what you hope to accomplish in a coming term.
Yeah, sure. So I've been on the board, I think like 3 years. It sounds like I'm reappointments up. It's been a lot for me, meaning I'm very passionate about it sometimes. Sometimes I want to bang my head against the wall. I get frustrated, but I think that passion is what keeps me coming back and understanding and helping. I kind of came along to the planning board in a different route. When I moved into my new building, I had a zoning concern that I had to really get involved with in front of zoning and go meet with them. And I felt as a small business owner, it was a really stressful, scary time. And I felt like I didn't have much control of it. And I went through the process and it ended up working out fine with the planning board, but I felt like it shouldn't be like that. We should be a place where we can communicate with people. The people shouldn't be scared to come up and talk in front of one of these boards and get help. We should be from a place of how can we help you? And then we go from there. So that's kind of been my experience. And I'm trying to put forward that foot to say, how do we help people get to what they need to do, but still protect what we have?
Thank you, Pete. Questions?
So it's Debbie Kelso. I'm intrigued by your statement that you're frustrated sometimes and want to bang your head against the wall. Explain some of those instances to me.
Yeah, so I think we as a community, I think the board is great. I think everyone works really, really hard, but I think that things that we could do better. I think we could utilize the staff that we have better. Let them kind of run with some things that we get involved with. I know Maria just mentioned time constraint is tough. It is. We don't get to the big stuff sometimes because we spend a lot of time on stuff that I think the staff could figure out on their own, or get a little guidance from us and then run with it. So I think sometimes we can drag applicants out. And what I mean by that is I think we need a better process to meet with the people and have a checklist to say, let's talk about lighting. Let's talk about this. We do have somewhat of a checklist, but we could get 3 or 4 meetings down the road, and then someone that maybe missed a meeting weeks or months before bring up a topic about lighting that we had talked about that they weren't there for, that now pushes the process another month. These are months turnaround times, not weeks or days. So, and I also, so that's a frustrating thing. Sometimes I look at teams that bring their engineer, their lawyer, their this, their that, and I'm thinking, what's that, $1,000 an hour to sit and listen to some of the things that we're talking about? And I go, there's got to be a better way to do this. So that's some of my frustration is, how do we streamline stuff? How do we prioritize what we're looking at? And how do we help people in the community move their project along faster and not get them off guard and waste months? These things take a really long time. And I think we could do better with our time and work on other things. That some of the things that I don't necessarily think we should be working on as long as we are. That's my frustration. I'm a passionate guy. I get pretty passionate about lots of things.
Thank you.
Pete, Joe Veely here. So I think it's interesting that your involvement, you're having to go before the board is what sort of, I don't want to say pushed you into, but sort of prompted you to get involved to the point to make things maybe a little I don't want to say easier, but streamline is the word you used, and I agree with. I think I know then from your comments where you stand with the fairness issue. How do you feel about the blend? How do you feel about the makeup of the board? There is now a vacancy, and we know that we have at least one applicant.
Mhm.
So how are you feeling about the makeup?
Yeah, so I think we have a somewhat diverse group. I mean, I think we have strong, there's strong landscaping, there's strong engineering, there's strong, those things are really well covered, sea level rise and stuff like that, really well covered. I think there needs to be some more towards my thought of less in the muck of the weeds of telling landscape architects what they should and shouldn't be doing, and more of the what's helping our community, what's helping our community grow, what's helping the place, be more diverse. Deb, you mentioned, I heard you say this every time to everybody that comes on. I wasn't on the planning board. I mean, I wasn't on the town council when you were appointed. Tell me a little bit about your background. And I think a lot of that is this town council changes often, every 3 years, but it seems like the planning board doesn't. So I think it's interesting to see like people like Deb, you just mentioned, I need to get to know who you are now, because if I'm going to reappoint, I want to understand that, so I look at this as, I think over the years, we've done a really good job of this, not conservancy, but yeah, conservancy. Those things are covered. I think we need to look at other ways to make this, as we look at growing this community, how do we do that in the way that the community wants it? The community today wants it, not necessarily community from 20 years ago.
Peter, this
Thank
is
you,
Bryant DeCruz. Sorry about that, Joe.
Yep.
Normally I had asked the challenges, but I kind of gotten that already from you. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying, trying to make the process easier. What can we do to make the process easier? And then I also had just a follow-up question, because participation is important. I kind of looked at like the meetings attended. Did you have some stuff going on in the past, or?
Yeah, when I first got appointed, I had a baby. So that internet's out or something. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, so when I first was appointed, I had a baby, and that kind of took a lot of time away from the initial go-to. I'm trying to get to as many things as possible. I'm also, at the time, I was also the chair of the chamber. So that was, time, young family business owner. I'm trying to split my time and serve everyone well. But I'm working on it. I try to get better at it. And I think, sometimes, so I'm going to work on that, get better at that. What was the first question? I'm sorry, Brian.
The other question was in terms of process.
Yeah.
How can we make it easier or more customer focused, I guess, in a way?
Yeah. So I think the checklist of what to not have to come back to, I think on our end, I think we can be really prepared, but what does that look like for an applicant to not have to worry? He's going to, presented something, reviewed it. Everyone said, okay, it seems okay. That seems okay. Let's move it along. They're coming to a meeting where they think that it's going to get wrapped up. And then all of a sudden someone says, oh, what we forgot to talk about is the lighting in the back. What does that look like? And then they don't have an engineer prepared for that, or there's not something prepared. So I just think a process where people know what to expect every meeting, what to be prepared for, not to bring up something out of the blue in a meeting that people are coming to close up on and wrap up shop, all of a sudden say, hey, what about this all of a sudden? Because then I've seen that happen often, and it kind of can throw things.
Thank you. I think that would probably be pretty common in a lot of planning boards, unfortunately. How do you feel about timing, I guess? Because I remember there was a meeting that lasted too long or something like that in town.
Yeah, I mean, there were some meetings that we were going, I go to bed at 9 o'clock at night normally. So these things are like, I'm pulling, to stay awake. So midnight meeting is crazy for me. My opinion is I think sometimes we drag them out too long. And I think if we could be more concise, and I also think if we leverage the staff and let them have a little more direction, they're really smart people. They're really good at what they do. I think we could leverage them more and let them do it. And I think they want to, actually.
Thank you.
Any final question for Pete? All right, Pete, thank you again for your service. And as soon as we know, we'll let you know.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, have a good evening. And Rob, if you, we got a couple minutes here before the meeting starts. If you want to highlight anything on the agenda, now would be a good time.
So we've got a very little bit of time. The agenda's been out there. Folks have had a chance to review it. The one big item on the agenda for tonight is the public hearing on the unruly gathering ordinance. As the council will remember, the ordinance goes into effect as originally adopted on June 1st if amendments are not made tonight. I'm ready to explain the amendments that are in the form that the council has before it tonight. Before we move on, though, I'd like to just ask the council's indulgence. There are two items that I'd like the council to add to the agenda tonight for discussion purposes. One is discussion of the referendum for the budget. We need to deal with the recommendation from the canvassing board that the date, the charter set date of June 9th be moved back. And the other item is hunting on federal lands in Rhode Island. The Fish and Wildlife Service has proposed to allow hunting at the Trustham Pond and the Chaffee Center. Representative McEntee and I were out at the Chaffee Preserve today. We met with staff from the Fish and Wildlife Service and some of the residents in that area. And I'd like to have the council engage in a discussion because I'd like some, I'd like some direction on what a letter to the federal government on this subject ought to say.
They're able. Would it be okay to add one additional item to the agenda? With everything going on with coronavirus, COVID-19, I just wanted to bring up the potential of coming up with an employee assistance program, which is an EAP. I had reached out to Amy earlier today to ask the question if we had one or not, and we don't, but I believe there's an opportunity to join in with the League of Cities and Towns, I think July 1st.
The League's looking to establish such a service, that's correct. There is a $1.10 cost per person, per employee, so it's not completely without impact on a budget, but yes.
Yeah, I'm comfortable adding that as a, an item for discussion, or if, Rob wants to talk about it as part of the manager's report, either one is fine with me.
I think it's a
right,
fine
looks
thing
like
to
we're
add
about
to the agenda for discussion and we can take direction.
Okay. Any other final questions for Rob before we begin the meeting?
Quick question, Rob. For those items that you mentioned that are not in the agenda, you're going to cover those in the town manager's report. Is that right?
No, I'd like to have you add them to the agenda for discussion so that the council can fully vet those items, talk about those items. And with regard to the referendum item, after many discussions now with the town solicitor, it appears that the only person in municipal government who may have the authority to change that date is the town manager, because we are operating under an emergency order. The emergency declaration gives the town manager extraordinary authority. That authority, we believe, includes being able to change the date of the referendum. The council does not have that authority, and the canvassing board does not have that authority vested in it. So what I'm looking for on the referendum is direction through the conversation with the council tonight on what date makes the most sense to move it to. With regard to the Chaffee and Trustham Pond letter, there is a plan that the federal government has published that is a proposed plan. It's essentially a proposed regulation. That proposed plan is open for public comment until June 1st. Actually, it's June 6th because there's two different ways you can comment. But the period within which comments are going to be accepted is quickly approaching. And I think the easiest and surest way for us to get all of our concerns to the Federal Fish and Wildlife Service will be to prepare a letter from the manager's office outlining the discussion that the council had. So I'm looking for direction for or input into a letter that will be sent as a public comment in response to the proposed rule from Fish and Wildlife.
All right, thanks, Rob. With that, we should begin the regular meeting. Susan, are you ready?
And as I unmute myself, I am ready.
All right, well, I'm gonna gavel us in here. Welcome everyone to this meeting of the South Kingstown Town Council. It is Tuesday, May 26th. The time is 7:32. Our first order of business, as usual, is the pledge to the flag. Susan, if you wouldn't mind leading us in that, I would be grateful. And if the rest of us can mute our.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very kindly, Susan. So this time I'll remind everyone that not everyone can see us, and some people are just listening to us, so we should try to be aware of that and announce who we are as we're speaking. I know I forget this sometimes myself, but we'll do the best we can. For those at home, when we get to opportunities for public comment, if you're on your phone, you would press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. I will take comments as I see hands raised when we get to those opportunities. And yeah, with that, let's begin. Item 3 on the agenda is the roll call. Susan
Okay,
may
Council
have
President
frozen.
Collins,
Everyone frozen?
you're frozen.
Hmm.
No,
Here.
I thought you had frozen. Okay, let's try that again. Council President Collins.
Am I frozen?
Council Vice President DeCruz.
Here.
You're here.
I haven't heard Bryant. Is he frozen or is it me? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman
I said
Kelso.
here.
I think it's all of us, unfortunately. I think we're having a lagging issue.
Okay. We're having audio issues. Is it me or is it you? I can hear everyone normally. Councilwoman Kelso, can you hear me?
Here. I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Councilman McEntee
Here.
and Councilman Veely.
Here.
Great. All
And
members
Susan, I
are
am here.
present. I did catch you, yes, and I can see you. Thank you for confirming for our audience.
So thank you, Susan. It does appear as though we're going to be having some technical difficulties. Hopefully they'll resolve themselves as we go along. But we'll just have to try and be patient with ourselves and wait until we can catch up with the audio. The next item on the agenda is item 4, the approval of minutes of previous meetings. Do I hear a motion?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve for A and B.
Motion to approve minutes of the,
I will accept that as a motion by Rory and a second by Deb. Do I see anyone opposed? All right,
I just
I'm
have a
gonna say
question
that
for
motion
Susan.
Carries.
In the minutes,
Oh. This is gonna be bad.
I didn't hear the question.
Joe, could you repeat your question?
sure. So I just had a question on the minutes. There was one item on the agenda about extending the executive order. And the vote said it was approved, but I had voted no. So it didn't say unanimous, but it didn't give the 4-1. So I would ask for that correction.
Did it not say that you voted against
Okay.
at the
I
end
think
of
we-
the vote?
It did not.
All right. So it sounds like we need an amendment.
I don't
to
have them in
those
front of me,
minutes.
but if it does not, okay. I don't have them right in front of me. I thought I had noted that Councilman Veely voted against that motion, but if it is not in the minutes, I will correct that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mike, do we need a motion to amend the minutes, or is this okay?
I think if the motion could be as amended, since we're adding something, it should be as amended.
Okay. Rory, could you make the motion as amended?
I'll amend my original motion to include that the extension of the executive order or declaration of emergency and giving total authority to the town manager was voted 4-1.
And Deb, you second
A
that?
second. Yeah.
Second.
I believe that
And Deb
was
here?
a second. All right. Any,
I can hear. Yeah.
unfortunately, I think with this lag, we should, yeah. I think we're gonna need to take our votes by roll call on all of them tonight, just because of this lag. It's gonna be too hard for me to judge when people are opposing or voting for anything. So if we could take the roll, please.
Okay, Council President Collins,
Aye.
okay. Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
and Councilman Veely.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And thank you for your patience. This is Abel speaking again. Item 5 is the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion?
Rory McEntee, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Debbie Kelso, second.
So moved. Any discussion? All right, let's take the roll.
Oops. Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President
Aye.
Cruz,
Aye.
Council Vice President Kelso, okay, I just bombed out and connected again.
Mr. President, if I might make a suggestion, if anybody from Town Hall is actually logged in using the Town Hall network, we have found that that can cause latency problems. So if you're logged in remotely using the system that we use to log in remotely, please disconnect.
All right. I believe we had myself and Bryant voting in favor of the consent agenda at this point.
Yes. Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Veely.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Before we get to our public hearing tonight, there are 3 items that we discussed in the work session that we'd like to add to the agenda, I believe. So I would seek a motion
All right.
to do that.
This is Bryant to Cruz. I'll make a motion to add the following items to the agenda for tonight's discussion. 1 is the budget referendum. Item number 2 would be the hunting licensing and parking issue. Item number 3, an employee assistance program to discuss.
Do I hear a second?
This is Joe Veely, second.
So moved. Let's just take the roll.
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President Cruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Veely.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous.
I think it makes sense to perhaps take these 3 items up after we get through the public hearing. So at this point, I will move us to item 7A on the agenda, a public hearing relative to proposed amendments to the town code, chapter 12, offenses and miscellaneous provisions, article 2, unruly gatherings, as shown on exhibit 1 attached to the agenda. Rob, these are, some amendments to a fairly recently passed ordinance. If you want to go through the changes that have been proposed, that would be great.
If the council would like, I can pull up my screen and you can see the changes. The public will see the changes in the draft form.
Thank you.
That's a good idea.
So the council will remember that. All right, the council will remember that this ordinance was designed to address concerns, particularly in the university neighborhoods or the neighborhoods that abut the university, about unruly gatherings, the noise and the boisterous behavior that accompanied the noise. Basically, the issue was, just making sure that there was a mechanism for the police to deal with the property owner and not just the party goers. The ordinance requires that property owners maintain order on their properties. They cannot allow unruly gatherings to happen on their properties. One of the issues that, well, there were many issues. When the ordinance was being considered, the council heard primarily from the neighbors who were next to, abutting, or in the same vicinity as places where there were large numbers of URI students who were routinely gathered for parties. The neighbors in those areas were looking to make sure that the police had a strong tool, that the town had a tool to make sure that the property owners and not just the students were held to account. The ordinance was designed by the town solicitor after ordinances that deal with this problem throughout the country. Here in Rhode Island, the model that is most familiar is the Narragansett model, because they too are often dealing with large numbers of URI students who are doing what university students do. So the idea really, again, was to make sure that the police have a civil, or that the town has a civil penalty and not just a criminal penalty to address these issues. The neighbors in the areas around URI were, very happy with the fact that the town had put something in place, and a newspaper article was published about it, and folks who hadn't necessarily been tracking the passage of that ordinance recognized that this was going to be an issue that affected folks outside of the University of Rhode Island area, outside of the neighborhoods immediately adjacent to the University of Rhode Island. And they brought many concerns to the council about the unintended application, the unintended consequences that might result from this ordinance. We've gone through the comments from the meeting after the ordinance was passed, and we've tried to address the many concerns that have been brought to the council by members of the public. The first was that the 3-year limitation, the 3-year look back, looking at tenants from 3 years ago and the behavior engaged in by tenants 3 years prior, was probably too much of a penalty for landlords. The original idea with the provision was that the landlords need to be held accountable beyond a single tenancy, because they need to be looking for good tenants and need to be looking for ways to inform their tenants that they cannot engage in unruly behavior. So the idea with the original ordinance was, we want to make sure that the landlord is on notice and knows that he, she, they, it must do what they can to inform the would-be tenants. We've gone from 3 years to 18 months, which gets us over the single 1 year, full year occupancy into a second tenancy, but doesn't put a restriction on the property for an unduly long period of time. A major element of the original ordinance was that noise was one of the several things that could get you in trouble. There was a list, and you can see in the public nuisances paragraph, or public nuisance paragraph, noise was one of the elements, or one of the things that would constitute public nuisance. What we've done is we've changed that and made the penalty for public nuisance the underlying behavior. Whereas noise was one of the things that could get you in trouble under the previous ordinance, here it's noise plus one of these other activities, one of these other problems: illegal parking, excessive crowds, public drunkenness. You have to have two elements in order to be liable under the reconstituted ordinance. The amendment makes it clear that it's not just noise or public drunkenness, it's noise plus one of these other elements. Again, moving away from this just being a noise ordinance toward an ordinance that is geared toward addressing truly unacceptable conduct. The other major issue that we heard about was this felt to folks like it was a criminal penalty, and they did not want the town manager to have the ability to punish people. We've made it clear in this version that this is an administrative hearing, that it is not a criminal penalty, and that the period for the appeals is 30 days after the receipt of the notice of the penalty. The other thing to know is that when this, when South Kingstown has a municipal court, we will move this from the manager's office into the municipal court. The issuance of any fine by the town manager, or by the town, I should say, is appealable to any court of competent jurisdiction. We wanted to make it perfectly clear that this is not, you know, some fait accompli. If the manager or the police and the manager decide that there was a penalty, you can always appeal this to a court of competent jurisdiction. And then finally, there were some concerns expressed about what the impact of the ordinance would be on people having parties at regular routine sort of events. The 4th of July, New Year's Eve, we've specifically exempted those days. We've specifically exempted in B here, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and the 4th of July. And we've also excluded restaurants and bars because there was some concern that restaurant and bars might be caught up unintentionally by the original ordinance. This specifically exempts those establishments from the application of the ordinance. And that's really it. Those are the changes.
Great, thanks, Rob. This is Abel. It is ironic that since we first considered this ordinance, there are no longer gatherings more than 5 people. So that's neither here nor there to the ordinance going forward, I'm sure. So are there questions among council members about these changes, things that you would like to see added or changed?
Abel, if I may, it's Debbie Kelso. I'd like to hear from the chief of police on how he feels this will strengthen his position in dealing with the situations. I'm also concerned about the Airbnb situations. So not just the URI, but if your house is backed up to an Airbnb where they're having a party every single weekend, I'd just like to hear from the chief if he's willing to tell me how he thinks this will play out.
Joe, or Chief, it looks like you're unmuted.
The chief, this is Chief Joe Jaber. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I read the amendments to the ordinance, and I think that those are fair. And I think that they answered a lot of the questions to the people that had concerns about the loud noise and the gatherings. Of course, right now, it's very difficult to determine how any of this will work out because, as Rob or someone mentioned, there are no crowds up there, and we haven't had any disturbances in that area, at least from the university students, because they're not there. So I think this is a step in the right direction. I think everyone has gone as far as they can, adding those amendments to try to make it fair for everyone. I don't want it to interfere with other businesses that shouldn't be involved. This is a particular type of disturbance that we, as you all know, we have difficulty sometimes dealing with. So as far as that's concerned, I have no problems with those amendments. I think they will help out and make it fair to everyone involved. Deb, you had another question?
I just want to know if this will apply to not just the university situation, but the Airbnb situation. How we're going to deal with that with this ordinance?
Well, I think the Airbnb, they have different rules of their own when they rent those places, but we would probably handle an Airbnb the same way as if it was next to the college, if it's disturbing the public. We'd probably have to look at that and handle that situation the same with the same type of notice and fine. As far as I can tell, it's difficult to tell right now.
And Chief, do you see any problems with this ordinance? Anything glaring that you say this is not something we should be involved in, or do you see anything like that here?
No, I don't.
Thank
One reason, Deb, is that I'm sorry, this is a violation. It's like getting a speeding ticket. It's not criminal, although it can be appealed to district court or superior court, whatever they choose. Mike would be better able to answer that for you, but no, I don't see any problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chief, this is, I'm sorry.
Hi, Brian. I did see Rory had his hand raised
Okay.
for that. I don't know if he's still.
I don't have any specific questions for the chief. So Brian, if you want to ask him while he's here, you can start.
Yeah, the question I had is, we're talking violations versus, or civil versus criminal, right? But technically, is this to really so that we don't have to put a criminal record on someone for disturbance like this?
In that case, yes, I would say that, because many times over the years when I was doing prosecution myself, I would always strive to find the violation as opposed to the crime, so that that particular student, if it was a student, wouldn't have to carry that when he graduates he or she graduates in 4 years or so. And I wouldn't want that to follow them when they're applying for a job. So yes. Did I answer your question, Brian? Sorry.
Well, you did. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. This is Abel. Any other questions for the chief while he's here? All right. Any other comments on the wording?
I got a few comments, Abel. Rory McEntee. I just feel as though I think with any ordinance right now, there's really limited participation from the public. I just feel like it's not right to kind of put this into effect, starting June 1, especially while we're still on Zoom. I think it'd be preferable for me to push the effective date maybe to September 1. Hopefully we're back in council chambers and can allow for normal public participation as in any ordinance we would. But I just think considering the limitations with Zoom and what we're dealing with now with the COVID-19 pandemic, I just don't think it's a time for which we should be enacting any ordinance, of this type of nature. This is something this town has never had. But if we can't get majority on that, I definitely do have some suggested changes that, I'm open to, and I hope others would be as well.
Thank you, Rory. This is Abel. So I hear 2 comments there. I mean, we can change the date at which it goes into effect. But if we do that, we also would definitely want to consider your other proposed changes now too.
So my thought would really be change the effective date and have another public hearing, maybe end of summer, change the effective date, for example, September 1, have another public hearing mid-August. Hopefully at that point in time, we're back in council chambers, can have normal or near normal public participation and go from there. That would be my preference. I really don't think, considering the times we're in, that we should be putting forth any ordinance, of this sort of nature.
Abel, it's Debbie Kelso. Will that leave the current ordinance in place, however? Will it?
I would like to vote to change the effective date and then
Yeah, but we need
a few months
another.
from now, have another public hearing, consider the changes presented to us tonight, and then discuss any further changes at that point.
Right, but we have an ordinance that we passed,
Yes,
Rory, that's still in play, right?
which
So if
doesn't
we
take effect
don't
until
change
1.
it, I'll let the lawyers in the room speak to that.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, Mike, correct me, but I think the way that this could be done is that you have an ordinance that has been properly noticed. You could strike everything, change the date, and essentially, well, you can't, you'd have to, Mike, what do you think?
Here's my suggestion. My suggestion would be this, that you adopt the changes tonight, and maybe Rory has some others. We could absolutely add to this ordinance, the effective date is stayed until September 1, but it would be this newly changed ordinance. And perhaps what we do is we put a sunset provision on it for the end of December so that we go through the fall season, so to speak, to see how it works and what's good, what's bad, whatever. I think it's worth reemphasizing, as the chief said, this is not a criminal ordinance. No one's going to go to jail here. This is really just giving the police department some additional tools to work with to deal with the problem. So if you put that sunset provision in it also, it would require a vote of the council to renew it. Again, whenever you put the sunset, whether it's November 30th, December 30th, just trying to accommodate what Rory's trying to get at.
If I may, this is the chief again. I think that probably is a good idea on what Rory's put forth, because we're in such unusual circumstances here. I don't really anticipate any of those types of problems probably until September, if at all, the way things are going. We don't even know if the school will reopen in September. Not that it applies just to the school, but I think it does give us that amount of time to take another look at it. And maybe, I think it's fine like it is, but if Rory has, or any of the council members has anything to add to that might be beneficial. Then, like I said, we do have this lag time to try to get it right.
This is Bryant DeCruz. I agree with Rory in terms of pushing this out to September. Once, hopefully by then, we can be meeting in public. I did have some people that reached out to me today that aren't really Zoom people, but would be there in the audience if they had the opportunity to do so. As well as what the chief mentioned, I don't foresee major issues from now until September in regards to this. And I would rather have more public participation in person regarding this major change, especially I think.
So this is Mike Ursullo. So what you could do then is continue the public hearing in this matter to either September 8th or the 22nd, whichever date you prefer, gets us into September. And the enforcement date would also be stayed until then too. So we'd get over the problem that Deb Kelso has brought up.
So Mark, that would allow the effective date, which currently is June 1, to be pushed to September 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would suggest you make it one of your meeting nights in September. Rory, either September 8th or the 22nd.
All right, thank you, Mike and Rory and Bryant. This is Abel. Sounds like there are a couple different ideas under discussion. One would have this ordinance, some version of it as amended, go into effect in September, potentially have it, be enforced, or maybe not, till the end of the year at some sunsetting point, so we could see, how it performs in practice. The other option would just be to hold the same public hearing in September. Do I see a preference between those two options?
And I stated my preference already. This is Bryant, to move it to September and to move the effective date to September as well.
So
May I just make a quick comment? Those two council meeting dates that Michael was suggesting, September 14th is actually a council meeting date.
Yeah, sorry, Susan, you're right.
And
I got the
September
wrong two.
29th. You were thinking of the primary election on September 8th.
Yeah.
Uh,
You are right.
Shoot me now.
So
September
what we can
14th
do is,
or 29th.
Mr. President, one thing that would be different between these two approaches is if you were to just push the public hearing and the enforcement date out to September, there's no need to have the public hearing tonight. But if you want to amend, then, and even just change the date, you will have to have the public hearing tonight.
All right, so I've heard, I believe, Rory, correct me if I'm wrong, you just want to continue this public hearing to September. Same from Bryant, Joe, Deb.
So Joe Veely, so I think we have an ordinance in place. We know that it needed some changes. We know that it needed some improvements. We have changes before us that we, I think, can agree that are an improvement. So I think we've opened the public hearing. If we want more, if our suspicion is that there's not enough opportunity for public participation, and there may be more in September, then maybe we do continue the public hearing and the enforcement date. That way, at least these changes, which I think we can sort of agree is they're an improvement to our original ordinance. And then we can have the discussion, hopefully, when we're meeting again in town hall, as Rory has suggested. And perhaps there would be more public participation. There certainly, I think, would be more people present. Whether or not they would come forward is another question. But I mean, that sounds like a solution to me that recognizes the work that's been done, that again is an improvement, but allows the public a better opportunity to participate.
Mr. President, Debbie Kelso. So if I agree with Joe. I think we should have the public hearing tonight. We have amendments before us. Let's amend it again to push the effective date out to our second meeting in September, right? Right, so we can put this back on to, we can leave the public hearing open, can we not, and discuss it in September? Because who knows, we may have all kinds of things happen in the next 3 months. Maybe we will be meeting together, maybe we won't. But I think there's probably members of the public out there right now who want to speak to this. They've taken the time, I'm willing to listen to them. Maybe they'll have a better, amendment for us when we listen to them tonight. So I'd like to hear from the public tonight, but I'm also amenable to putting the effective date off until September.
So thanks, Deb. This is Abel. Mike, just clarify for me. I feel like we can't enact the changes tonight and continue it till September.
No, you cannot. You cannot do both. Either you're just going to continue it and stay enforcement of the present ordinance. You can certainly, this is difficult because it cannot be enacted as is tonight and at the same time continue the public hearing for more. What you literally have to do is you'd enact it tonight and then you'd have a new public hearing in September for any further changes. I think the safest way from what I'm hearing is that you simply continue the whole matter and with the new effective date, instead of June 1st, make it September 29th, which I guess is the second meeting in September. And then all these same amendments would be before you in September, along with anything else that might come up.
All right, thank you, Mike. This is Abel. Having heard what Mike just said, Bryant, I see your hand raised.
Abel, that was raised from before. I apologize.
Okay.
Abel, we do have a member in the audience who has had their hand raised. Would you like me to allow this person to speak? Or
not
are
quite.
we not taking public comment?
I think it'll all depend on whether we continue the hearing until September.
So I'm okay with continuing it till September. I just think if people want to speak, well, maybe they could speak comments from interested citizens. If we're not going to, if we're going to postpone or, keep moving this public hearing down the road, those folks that are here tonight that want to speak to this, we do have comments from interested citizens and they could speak to us then on it.
Yes.
Deb, I think that's a great solution.
Abel, this is Mike Ursillo speaking again. Since you would have to amend this to change the date from June 1 to September 28th. If there is anyone in the public who wants to be heard on the date change, you really do need to hear from them, just on that one aspect of changing the enforcement date from June 1 to September 29th, because that's what I believe you plan on doing.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So if we do make that one minor change, we can do that without passing the ordinance in any sense.
That's correct, yes. But if anyone in the public wants to be heard on that change, you do need to hear them tonight, because you will in effect be amending that portion of the ordinance tonight.
Okay. Rory, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, Mike, a few questions to clarify. So we would essentially be amending this ordinance to have an effective date of September 29. That's all we'd be doing? And then we'd have a meeting on
All
September
we'd be
29
doing is-
where we'd have another public hearing.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Because right now, Rory, it says that the ordinance enforcement is stayed until June 1. You need to change that date in section 1220A. It's the last sentence of the ordinance. That has to be changed by you from June 1 to September 29th, and you have to do that tonight.
Okay, when you say that, does that mean the ordinance is effective, but it's not enforced yet? When you say the enforcement date, does that mean the ordinance is still in effect, however, it's not being enforced?
Yeah, so technically the answer is yes, but in reality, nothing can happen because the police department won't be able to act on it.
Okay.
So
How
Mike,
about setting the effective date for September 30, which would be the day after that second meeting of September, so that way people are talking on the matter the day before it takes effect?
Sure, you can make it September 30th. You can make it October 1. Sure.
Does that mean we still need a motion to close the public hearing at some point, or we're continuing?
No, so the motion would be is to amend the date and to continue the matter until September 29. So you could say, amend the enforcement date to say September 30th, and at the same motion, continue the public hearing.
Perfect. Thank you, Mike. All right. Are there any other comments from council members? It looks like our attendee may have lowered their hand given our discussion here. Is there anybody who would like to speak to this? We are about to consider continuing this matter until late September. All right, I do see our attendee with a raised hand. Can you bring them into the meeting? All right. I suppose I can do it.
You should be set.
Are you, which ordinance are you discussing right now?
This is the unruly gatherings ordinance.
Okay.
And
No comment on my part.
All right, thank you, Maggie. All right, so now do I hear a motion as described by the solicitor?
I'll make that motion.
second, Bryant.
So moved. Is that okay, Mike? Do you need us to restate the motion?
I think we have it that the enforcement date is changed to September 30th and that the public hearing on the ordinance amendments are continued to September 29th.
Very good. Any further discussion? All right, will the clerk take the roll, please?
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President TaCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Veely.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Susan. This is Abel. At this point, before we get to communications, I think we should take up those 3 items that we've added to the agenda for discussion purposes. I have no particular order in which we need to take them. Rob, do you want to? You're muted, Rob.
Right, so I have no particular preference, whatever the council would like to tackle first, referendum, EAP, or federal hunting.
Let's do the EAP first. That sounded like a pretty technical.
All right.
All right. So, want me to discuss that right now, Abel? Okay.
Yes, please.
So this is Brian DeCruz. I brought that up. I've had a lot of time, to think. And this morning I had the idea of the fact that I wondered if we had an EAP program for our employees in the town. I sent an email to Miss Reiner. She informed me that we do not, but that there was talk of the trust doing a program starting in July. And I think it's something that we should consider. And for everyone, that doesn't know what EAP is, it's an employee assistance program, which we probably should have had a long time ago, but especially during these times that a lot of people are struggling.
So, I think you're right. We have been considering it, and we will, continue to monitor as the trust program gets put together. It's a new program that hasn't been established at this point. The cost is minor. It's $1.10 per person, depending on the number of municipalities that decide to participate. It may be as little as 80 cents per employee. Not a particularly difficult program. We've had great success with the wellness program that the trust has run. And yeah, this is the kind of thing that is common in large workforces. It's a tool that can help employees deal with stress, deal with difficult situations. And I see no reason not to do it at this point. Should the program come online in July as the trust is anticipating, and we don't have any particular constraints in our program that prevent us from doing this, we'll sign up for the EAP that the trust is establishing.
So Rob, that 80 cents or $1.10, is that an annual or weekly or?
Actually, I don't know. Amy Reiner is in the audience. If you want to bring her in, I'm sure she can tell us what the trust's pricing schedule is, what the time frame is.
She was in and now she's gone.
There she is.
Unmute. Oh. Amy, I think you can hear her.
Amy Reiner, Director of Administrative Services. So yes, as Rob had indicated, it is $1.10. It is a charge per employee per month. So that would be, $1.10 at the highest, or at the lowest, it could go down as low as 80 cents per employee per month. The more members that enroll with this program through the trust, the lower the cost. It's very similar to our wellness and to our medical and dental pool. It's they can offer economies of scale based on the number of towns and school departments that they reach. But it is something that we have been talking about, but again, was very expensive to offer independently just on our own. We're appreciative that the trust looked into this over the course of the last year, and they do have a pretty robust program that they are rolling out. And we were, basically considering cost at this point, even though it is much cheaper than it would be on our own, given all of the costs that we're looking at, trying to keep things in not spend too much given the current environment, but balancing that with the need of our employees.
Yep, we're perfectly, equipped to participate in the program. There's no authorization required by the council. There's nothing that the council needs to do. If this is something the council agrees it would be beneficial, we will continue to monitor cost. I mean, Amy, let's just run sort of quick back of the envelope here again. we're not talking all 500 towns seasonal, and we're really only talking
Yeah.
time and more or less permanent part-timers. So what's our exposure here?
So you're correct, Rob. We would, just like our wellness program, this would be offered to all of our full-time employees as well as our regular part-time, not our per diem or seasonal or very casual part-time employees. So I'd say probably about 250 employees on an annual basis. Multiply that by $1.10 per employee per month. It's a nominal cost. And again, because of the economies of scale going through the trust, we would really see a very robust program at a very, very cost-effective price.
The one last thing for us to keep in mind is we try not to really have all of these conversations without having union participation, and we have not had the conversation with our unions. But I can't imagine that this is anything anybody's going to find any objection to.
I think it's a great.
Excuse me, if I may. Sorry, Bryant.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say there's no cost to the employees. It just like our wellness program, the majority of things are paid for by the town.
Thank you, Amy.
I think it's a no-brainer in my mind. Trying to give our employees the things that other businesses and companies would have. The other thought I had is some kind of a fraud and waste kind of hotline, just to give employees a voice that if they want to report something, they can independently. Is something else that I would consider, down the road. But I mean, I think we just need to look at and see what we can do for our employees to make it not that it's not a great place, but we could always make things better for everyone.
Thank you.
Great. Are there any other comments on this issue? It sounds like it's pretty well under control. All right. Do we need a motion to close discussion on this?
No, this is Mike Ursillo. You can't make any motions on anything you've added to the agenda.
All right, very good. So let's go on to the federal hunting issue.
Right. So, Mr. President, if I may, I'm going to share my screen again and pull up some slides indicating what we're contemplating here, what's being considered. Share screen. All right. The Fish and Wildlife Service has published in the Federal Register a plan for proposed hunting areas in Rhode Island. The three areas that affect South Kingstown directly are the Chaffee Wildlife Preserve along the Narrow River, and then deeper down by Congdon Cove. And then the other spot is Truston Pond. What's contemplated is deer, turkey, waterfowl only, and closed. Those are the areas indicated on the map. So in the Middlebridge area, well, the Wildlife Service is proposing is deer and turkey and waterfowl here and down in the Stedman unit to the south, and then ducks, waterfowl only on Sedge Island. The other portion of the area that they're contemplating down in the Congdon Cove unit would be deer. And it's worth noting that in the deer areas, coyote would be allowed when the deer are also in season. So we'd have coyote going as well. And the Truston Pond unit, deer, turkey, archery only, not guns. And there's a goose area over to the east of Truston Pond, northeast of Truston Pond. And just so folks are aware, they're also contemplating opening up a section of the shoreline to fishing in the John Chafee area, in the John Chafee Preserve area down here. We did not receive specific notice from the Fish and Wildlife Service. We've heard about this last week from Senator Reed's office and from Councilwoman Representative McEntee's office as well, notified us that this was an issue that they had heard about and that was becoming a major concern in the area. We have had a number of conversations with folks recently over the last, over the weekend and over the last couple of days. Representative McEntee and I were down at the Chafee Preserve. We met with Fish and Wildlife, a Fish and Wildlife representative down there and a number of neighbors this morning. There are some real concerns with these very small parcels in residentially developed neighborhoods being used for this purpose. And I'd like to just get a sense of the council, because the comment period for this proposed plan ends on June 1st. And given the concerns in the neighborhood, given the nature of the use that's being contemplated, it seems appropriate to me that we as a town submit a comment to the Federal Register indicating the concerns that have been expressed by members of the community. And I'd like to just get a sense of the council on how we should proceed.
All right, thank you, Rob. This is Abel. I don't know how much time any of the other council members have had to review the specifics within the proposal. We were able to see some of those maps there that Rob shared. What are people's thoughts in general?
So if I may, it's Debbie Kelso. Do we know the reasoning behind opening this up? Is there any reason given?
First of all, this is part of a national effort to expand hunting opportunities on federal lands. So it's not just Chafee and it's not just Truston, it's not just Rhode Island. This is really a push, has been a push for many years among the sportsmen to open up federal lands to recreational hunting. There is a benefit to culling the deer. There's a benefit to culling the coyote population. There is a sort of ecological argument that's advanced as well. But it really is because there's a desire to improve opportunities for recreational hunting on federal lands. Culling can be done through other methods. This is one way to do it. Those are the two, those are the two drivers here, I'd suggest.
Has any hunting been allowed in these spots before?
We have heard from neighbors that while it is not officially sanctioned, they do hear hunting on the federal properties in South Kingstown now. This would simply sanction doing so. It would allow hunters to do so. The other issue that is important with regard to South Kingstown is that the Fish and Wildlife Service is proposing to construct a parking lot in South Kingstown, again on federal land, for the purpose of accommodating hunters coming to the Chafee Preserve. So we simply, we aren't just dealing with the fact that there's a different use, more intense use of the federal property. We're also dealing with some development.
Do we have a lack of hunting spots in Rhode Island that we need to, I don't know, expand hunting? Like I am so foreign to this conversation, I can't even, yeah. So I have a very hard time understanding why this is even being proposed.
Again, the federal government's perspective on this one is that for many years, the sportsmen have been concerned that the federal government is too restrictive in allowing hunting on federal lands. This is not a decision that's being made by Rhode Island or by the federal government with regard to Rhode Island. This is a decision that's being made by the federal government, the Department of Interior, with regard to federal lands nationally. We're one unit of a much larger inventory of federal lands that have been the subject of this discussion for many years.
Thanks,
Is
Joe.
the federal government proposing to open up all federal lands in Rhode Island to hunting if it has enough acreage?
I don't know whether it's all federal lands because I don't know the full inventory, but it is federal lands throughout Rhode Island. So Block Island, other locations in Rhode Island that are federal preserves. And yes, not necessarily every single one. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
I'm questioning whether it's indiscriminate or if there's some kind of vetting going on here.
Rob, I did read the proposal. You know, didn't read it word for word, but it looked like it's the entire National Wildlife Refuge System within Rhode Island. I imagine they're doing it throughout all the states. And it looked like, just to answer one of your questions, Deb, there was one field within Trustham that does have hunting already allowed on it. They're just expanding the species that would be allowed to be hunted in terms of the waterfowl hunting, I believe. And, you know, in terms of demand for hunting space, I think that there is interest among the hunting community in expanding, you know, available areas. I think a lot of hunters in the region have to, you know, try and find private landholders who are interested in, you know, having them, and that's kind of difficult for them. So they would probably enjoy having public access to more land. Brian, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, so this is Brian. My concern is the proximity to residential neighborhoods. Also, when I think about Trustham Pond, I mean, that's a beautiful place to go walk the trails. So I don't have a full grasp on where in Trustham Pond they would be considering opening up, or if they're opening up the entire Trustham Pond to hunting. My gut feeling, I mean, we only became aware of this like today, pretty much, I think. Without giving it too much thought at this point, I do have my concerns about it.
Let me see who had their hand raised first here. Joe.
Yeah, so Abel, you make a good point when you say that how familiar is the council with this issue. So it's something I only learned about a day ago. And I have less of an issue with the hunting than I do with impacts to abutting neighborhoods. So, you know, personally, over the last 20 years, I've lived in 2 different places, and I currently live in a place that there is nearby hunting. So it does have an impact, but it's an impact that I considered before I moved here, and obviously made the choice considering that. But when you take a neighborhood that's pretty isolated, and then increase traffic to, you know, a parking lot on the federal land, that to me is more of an issue. Again, the hunting, if you're in a butter, it's an issue. There's no question that there's some impact. But having a neighborhood, and I'm thinking of one in particular that's fairly isolated, where you're going to have this parking area that's going to be accessed by people, and you know, hunters aren't typically hunting at noon. You know, they're there early in the morning and they're there at dusk, and so the impacts of the surrounding neighborhoods, I think, are more of an issue for me. So Rob, if you're looking for direction, again, I mean, this is a little bit different situation. I mean, I considered where I was moving, knowing the impact. So we're hearing that there is some hunting there, but it's going to be expanded. So there is an expanded impact. But again, I think the impact of access on a neighborhood that isn't necessarily heavily traveled is a bigger issue for me. So that's, I think, the direction I can give you, Rob, if you're looking for input from the council. Thanks.
Rory?
Rory McEntee. I've spoken to a few residents on this issue as it's come up the last few days, and they have concerns with it. I have concerns with it. I think it's a public safety issue. I think there's areas where people walk their dogs, walk their children. There's even an area where Prout High School cross country runs. So considering those things, I definitely believe it's a public safety issue. And as far as I'm concerned, Rob, I would support expressing our opposition through those comments, which are to be given by June 1.
Thank you, Rory.
If I may, one more time, it's Debbie Kelso. So my issue is again with the neighbors. People built homes there up to a wildlife refuge that did not allow hunting. And after the fact, it's going to be deemed a hunting area. I think that's where my issue lies. Like, you put your faith in something and then that's upended. And I guess that's a problem when you build next to a federal land. But I am not in favor of this at all. I don't know. I have an issue with hunting, first of all, and I have a huge issue with the impact on these neighborhoods. I just don't think the federal government should come in and build a parking lot at the end of someone's street when all these folks built homes there. That was not even in the picture. I think it's bait and switch kind of a thing.
This is Brian to Cruz again. Rob and Mike, do we even, like, I know we're talking about a comment period, that ends June 1, but at the end of the day, the federal government could open this up without our consent, correct? So if they do, is there anything that we can do from a legal standpoint?
No, nothing that I can see. This is a comment period. They can do whatever they want to. It's not a question of the town giving consent because it's not town property.
Yeah, and in fact, Narragansett has got a local ordinance, I've been told, that prohibits firing a firearm within the town limits. This is federal land and that won't apply. To the extent that the Chaffee Preserve will have shooting in Narragansett, it's perfectly permissible because the supremacy clause of the Constitution says the locals can't regulate the federal government. So there's not too much we can do. All we can do is advance the arguments. And the arguments that I'm hearing from the council are, we're worried about conflicts between hunting and other uses that the property is currently put to. The mission of the Fish and Wildlife Service and these properties is to make the properties available for recreational uses. And the uses that have grown to be popular here are not necessarily compatible with hunting. And then the neighborhood proximity and the issues associated with these facilities being in suburban, if not in some cases, more urbanized areas.
Thanks, Rob. This is Abel. Having read through the document briefly, I feel, they cite numerous studies that have pointed to the development of, this proposal going back, it seems like 30 years. So I think our ability to stop this in a meaningful way is minimal. It sounds like they're contemplating doing this on a, broad scale. So I think, the comments that we make should be specific. If we want them to be taken seriously, I don't think saying blanket no to the expansion of hunting is going to be effective. But if we can be, nuanced with our comments, that's going to be more likely to be effective. I would say, if we can say we absolutely oppose this parking lot, that is meaningful. And if we can advocate for a buffer zone between the residential neighborhoods and those expanded hunting zones, those are the types of comments I feel would be at least considered.
Abel, I know that we're having our discussion now. What I would like to do, if we can, is there's 4 people with their hands raised in the attendees. If they can give us some of their feedback, maybe that would generate a little bit more discussion on the council side.
Thanks, Brian. Just Mike, is that okay?
Absolutely, yes. You, as long as it's just discussion, you can open up to the public too, yes.
All right, very good. Any further comments among council members? Before I open it up. All righty, let's take a look at our attendees. I see Maggie Clune has got her hand raised. You are muted. I'm gonna try and unmute you. You should be able to speak now, Maggie.
Hi, this is Maggie Clune. I just bought my home in February, specifically because of the serenity and tranquil area of a wildlife refuge that was very important to me because I value the environment. I value the animals. I have no interest in killing animals for sport, nor listening to gunshots. I'm also a military counselor. I have worked in Newport Naval Base, as well as Europe and Boston, Hanscom Air Force Base, Spain and England. You know, we had a meeting of, after we suddenly found out just on Sunday night, about this. We were never informed, nor was I informed when I purchased the home, that this was the case. And we've all been in quarantine the entire time that we're supposed to be commenting on this and never heard anything about this happening. So we could not comment on it because we were not notified in any way of this happening, and we were all socially isolated. You know, this would be a dangerous situation. My home is right next to the DMV state property, the Prout School. I listen to the kids in the woods. That doesn't bother me, but it certainly would concern me as the woods go right into the preserve and the kids go right into the preserve, and their lives would be in danger. I've also been talking to the veterans that live in this neighborhood who would be traumatized by gunshots that we would be hearing constantly in our little neighborhood. They have post-traumatic stress disorder from gunshots heard in Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq. The last thing they need is to wake up to gunshots in the neighborhood and hearing animals being killed. And we are talking about early in the morning as well as late at night. We all know hunters hunt all hours of the day and evening. And so that would increase post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as we have one road in and one road out, which is a small road, a very short road. And it would be a tremendous traffic issue of trucks and dead animals going out all day long. Dead animals on trucks with children around and dogs. People here, I'm a dog lover, so people are always walking their dogs into the woods and all over the streets. And this particular parking lot is supposed to be on an extremely quiet street that is right on the wooded area. And that would raise a safety issue for neighbors who are constantly hiking and walking the street. So there's so many different issues of why this is wrong. I will say that when we passed out flyers, when we first heard of this issue on Sunday night, I volunteered my backyard for social distancing with masks and said, please bring your chair and your mask. And we had 40 people within a half a day show up in my backyard on Monday at 11 a.m., 40 people within hours of handing these flyers out. Not one of them said that they had ever heard of this proposal. Not one. So this is a serious, serious issue that this neighborhood has not been informed, has not been notified. And there are 40 people that showed up within. I was kind of shocked because I haven't seen anybody in 3 months since I moved in, because we've all been isolated in our homes and social distancing and not even leaving for work. So Everyone was very respectful, wearing their mask. Everyone is incredibly upset by this and in shock. I can't imagine how this is a legal situation in which a neighborhood could be transformed from a tranquil neighborhood with serenity to armed hunters, bow and arrows, shotguns, guns coming down the road constantly to go to this parking lot.
Please tell us what's happening to property
Please let
values.
us know like what will happen to property values as well as our own safety, because as a family therapist and a military counselor, mental health goes out the window for people listening to gunshots all day long. And in the more early morning and at night, I didn't buy a house to listen to gunshots going off and armed citizens rolling down the street day and night. So please let us know what you can do to support our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Just a quick question before we go to the next speaker. Mike, this is Abel. Is there grounds for a lawsuit in the fact that it seems like public notice was not effectively given to abutters? Is this something that needs to be done?
So Abel, this is Mike. Actually, the public notice period was extended to June 1st from an earlier date. And unlike in zoning situations, there is no requirement that neighbors be given specific notice. There's just no such requirement. It's no different than the council, for instance, adopting an ordinance. You don't have to give notice to neighbors. So unfortunately, there are no legal grounds to challenge based on lack of notice to the neighborhood.
Yes, Mike. I'm gonna take us to our next speaker, Laura Leclerc. If when we bring you in, you just state your name for the record, please.
Hi, Laura Leclerc, 80 Seaview Avenue. I live in the Tower Hill Heights area where the proposed parking lot and hunting in the Stedman unit is. I've been looking at the map, and first of all, let me say I've been living here for 20 years. I've raised my two boys, one who happens to be a 2020 graduate of South Kingston High School, unfortunately. And we have gone into the Stedman unit and actually blazed our own paths all the way down to Narrow River. If you notice, it's a very narrow area and it abuts Crest Avenue. And when I say abuts Crest Avenue, I mean 10 feet, the residents' houses are there. There's 10 of them. They had no idea about it. I happened to be talking out here on the road and let one of the neighbors know, and then all of a sudden it spread. So that's why you're probably hearing from them now. I can tell you that for the longest time, I have been crossing through the woods where the Prout cross-country kids run through to the government center and then go behind Prout where the Immaculate Conception old nun school was. And that's an area where my dog and I go all the time. And it's an area that's going to be now open to hunting. And the hunting that they're proposing is not just like bow and arrow, it's also muzzle load, which if anybody knows what a muzzle load is, it's about a 50 caliber bullet that they're shooting at a deer, and also shotgun. And, you know, I'm just kind of perplexed as to why they are doing this at this time. What is their motivating factor? It has always been no hunting. They don't even want you to go on their property, but they have left it in a state of no trails, no let's make it for hiking or whatnot. It's always been just a just woods, right against Narrow River, right against Crest Ave. If you look at the map, at the Stedman unit, there's an area where it looks like it's all private property and all green. That's private property and they allow hunting in there. That's where I found a number of the little seats up in the trees when my dog and I went hiking in there. The other thing that I would make note is that there's another green area down there, the Mumford unit. That's along the bike path. Yeah, that right there is along the bike path. And the elementary school for Narragansett is right down the road. So I know that, in normal circumstances, living in this neighborhood, if I discharged a firearm in a compact area, that would be a crime. And it's a crime if the feds can say, yeah, it's all right for hunters to do that. I'm just upset about this. I don't want to be afraid to walk my dog anymore. If you look at the Congdon Cove unit, that thing goes all the way up to Route 1, all the way down to almost Billington Cove. And that is a really big stretch. I think that might be close to Bryant's neighborhood. So I just think it's not necessary. And I would hope that the town council would perhaps, I don't know, make a resolution that they're opposed to this, if you are, and I hope you are, and then pass that resolution on to Fish and Wildlife so they know how you feel and how we feel. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. One thing to know is that because of the late breaking news of this issue, we are not able to pass a resolution within the confines of the comment period. But hopefully this discussion will allow the town to offer comments itself in a written letter. So that's hopefully the comments that folks are making tonight will be able to be, adopted to some extent in that letter. Right.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Next is Barbara Holtzman. And let me unmute you. Oh.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the comments from the town council members. I was shocked and quite honestly horrified to hear the news. I moved into this area 13 years ago, and the quiet, tranquil ness of the area and the nature preserve was a highlight. I walk there, I walk my dog there, and I don't know if you're aware that the area where they're talking about, I don't know, you may not be able to do anything about overriding the federal government even in this area. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, we're talking about a residential area. I understand that this is a nationwide issue. The administration wanted to open up public lands for hunting, and I understand that, but we're comparing, it might make sense on the West Coast or different places in the country, but not in these small Southern New England towns. And it was shocking to the idea of having a parking lot in this area. This is a 4 dead-end street area with only one way in. And so when you think about hunters coming in, not the quietest people, most likely, with maybe room for 12 cars, well, where are they going to put these surplus? Well, I'm a hiker. I know that when there's not enough room in the parking lot, people park on the street. Well, that's right in front of the neighbors. And actually, it's a private road. There's also a group home right at the corner. I went to the meeting this morning and I asked the representative, why did you choose that area for a parking lot? And he thought it looked convenient. It's not convenient. Convenient for whom? And I said, well, what about behind the government center? There's a lot of room back there. And it wouldn't disturb any, and it wouldn't make for safety issues for the students and for the residents and for animals, for our dogs. And that was something he was willing to consider. So this is one piece that I really am going to ask you to push on. Property values, yeah, I'm concerned about that too. I'm also concerned about how would they be monitored? You know, so there's legal ordinances that you can't fire within 500 yards of a home. Well, who's going to be monitoring that? We don't have enough staff to be monitoring that. You know, do you want us to be calling you guys in the middle of the night?
Is that a question?
No, it's not. It's Bedard. I don't want to be afraid in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I think that that's an important comment that I heard, Rob, there about maybe the feds being open to the movement of that parking area. I think I'm surprised that they would think in that neighborhood would be a convenient spot, given how sort of hard it is to, you know, use that turnaround at the Wakefield exit to get into that neighborhood. I would think the Stedman Center would be a lot more logical in that regard.
Mr. President, if I may, I heard that comment today as well. They did also express through their representatives some concern about the need for access easements from the state. So I don't know whether they're going to be willing to really carry that all the way through, but it's certainly a comment we should pass on.
All right. Adam Blanchard, you are next in line. Let me unmute you and you should be ready to speak. Please do state your name for the record.
Hello, this is Adam Blanchard. I want to second all the comments that were made by the previous speakers. They brought up a lot of great points. I definitely appreciate you guys' concern about this effort. And I think the one recommendation that I would make is to really harp on the idea that the parking lot be moved to the government center. Having it on our dead end road is, in our opinion, a hazard to everyone in the neighborhood, an inconvenience to everyone. And that's the biggest point that I think that can be made. If we can't eliminate the hunting altogether, we might as well push them to a region where they can be in a controlled parking lot environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. All right, our next speaker is Nancy Shanahan. And let me unmute you. And you should be ready to go.
Oh, thank you so much. And I just want to, this is Nancy Shanahan, and I want to especially thank Rob for meeting us out there in Middlebridge today, along with Representative McEntee, to discuss our concerns of our neighborhood. I am a resident of Crest Avenue in the Tower Hill Heights neighborhood. So as you know, the Chaffee Reserve Refuge abuts my street, which is actually a private road. I learned about this through one of my neighbors as I was just taking a walk on Sunday morning. So thank you, Laura, for your comments and for your opinions, and to all my other neighbors who have offered their opinions on this meeting, their concerns, their fears, and I agree with them all. My concern was, again, as others, we were not notified of the plan, the proposal. I immediately came home and researched on the US Wildlife Service site, printed up flyers, distributed it to all of my neighbors who actually were in fear, were horrified. And again, to Laura's point, none of them knew of the proposal. I've lived on Crest Avenue since 2001. We have had hunters in the Chafee Center hunting illegally. Our neighbor, who's lived on Crest Avenue much longer than he has had actually bullets hit his home. We now have a designated group home on the end of Hillside Avenue, and that is near where the proposed parking lot will be. Again, I thank you for hoping that you'll support us, and definitely agree with Adam and others to propose moving the parking lot out of our neighborhood. It is a very quiet street. And as you have heard, this is a route for the Proud School cross-country team. They run down Hillside and then they run through Crest to the end. We have dogs, we have children, we have retirees in the neighborhood, and we have veterans. So as a registered nurse, certainly concerned for everyone's safety. Again, we appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Nancy. And next we have Tammy Baker. Let me unmute you. Looks like you're ready to speak.
Good evening, everyone. I thank you for taking the time to listen to my comment. I am a very new resident of this area. I purchased my home 3 weeks ago. Had I known any of this, I would not have purchased this house in this area. I have 3 young children under the age of 12, and I'm on the corner of Summit and Hillside Avenue, right where the road starts to curve down. The problem will be that if these hunters are coming into park at the end of this road, which is, as my neighbors have said, is extremely narrow, my children play on the corner. We're at the corner lot. I do not have fencing up because, as I've witnessed, when we were looking at the property and came back to see it again and again, the cars drive down this road extremely slowly. All the neighbors are conscious of the children in the area and the people who are walking with their dogs, and they are mindful and they operate their vehicles in a manner in which is extremely safe. I don't think anyone can say the same for a group of random hunters coming to hunt in the beginning of the morning and in the afternoon, at night, and the speed that they're going to drive by the corner of my property with my 3 children and my dog. I understand that they're proposing a 0.1 acre parking lot, which will hold approximately 12 cars. If there's overflow, they are going to park on the roads. But it's the speed at which they're taking off of Route 1 and coming into our neighborhood, which I purchased a home in, which has all dead end roads. Like my neighbors have said, there's one way in, which is also the same way out. So if you're in this neighborhood, you're here for a reason, and someone knows why you're here. I do not feel very safe at the moment thinking that there's going to be a public parking lot at the end of the road, and thinking about what that's going to do to my newly acquired property's value is shocking. There were many other homes I could have purchased in South County, and I purchased this one in particular because of the refuge at the end of the road, knowing that my views to the ocean are going to be preserved, and in the quiet nature and the friendly nature of everyone around here. I also second the request that we ask the federal government to move this public parking lot behind the public Stedman Center. I mean, that's at a light. That's a perfect place for a public parking lot. They won't have to do the Wakefield turnaround like we all have to do when we're coming south on Route 1 to go home. They have a light where they can turn right into it. Why would they suggest at the end of a dead end road, abutting a private road, which all of those residents pay to maintain, they pay to plow. It's unbelievable to me. As an attorney who practices law, and real estate law particularly, I'm appalled. I'm appalled that they would even think to look at a map and just put their finger down and say, okay, here we go. Let's put a parking lot here without considering not only the environmental concerns, but the neighborhood concerns and the implications and the ramifications of putting that parking lot there. So my question for you would be, Mr. Ursulo, is there a type of injunction that we can file as a group of residents in this area to at least stop this proposal, just to give us more time? I mean, right now we only have until June 1st for our comments, but that doesn't give us time for action. And right now, according to myself and the 40 neighbors who met just yesterday, we need action and we need time for the action. And I have, volunteered myself to draft, whatever we need to draft to file in federal court by Friday. What are your suggestions?
This is Mike Ursulo. So actually, no action's been taken by the federal government or the wildlife agency at this time. It's just a comment period. There's nothing to go to court on at this particular point. If they make a decision to do what they are proposing to do, then perhaps the neighborhood could bring some type of action to try to stop it. But I will be honest and say it would be a very, very, very uphill battle. But at the present time, there's nothing to enjoy. All that's happening on June 1st is the public comment period is ending on the proposed regulations.
Well, how can we determine when the decision is made? We didn't find out. We only found about this by happenstance. We weren't notified. Nothing came in the mail to us. It wasn't generally posted, via the requirements of, a local newspaper or anything like that. It was on a website that someone found by happenstance. So once they make their decision, and as I can assume, and you have led to believe that we have no shot in fighting, how are we going to know? Or we just have to keep monitoring a website?
I'm not sure if the manager has any information on that part of it based on his meeting today.
The notice was published in the Federal Register, which is the notice that the federal government gives for sorts of actions. So it was published in the Federal Register. I don't have the exact date, but I believe in March, the was extended from 30 days to 45 days and then extended out another several weeks, so that the total comment period, I think, is 78 days. But what they're required to do under federal law is to publish to the Federal Register. And yeah, it's not the friendliest way to provide notice.
Trying to unmute you, Tammy, if you're trying to speak.
So we have to monitor the Federal Register to see when they make their decision as to this proposal. And then once they make their decision, we can move forward with an injunction and, hope on our wing and a prayer. Is that what you're saying?
So yes, that's about right. The only thing, Mike, there's one thing here that a couple of folks have said that piques my interest. They've indicated that this is at the end of a private road. And unless the federal government has an existing property right with regard to that road, there may be a property route to.
Well, yeah, they certainly would have an access problem if that private road would have to be somehow used to access from the parking lot. Just like they're stating that the problem with Government Center is that they need easement rights from the state of Rhode Island. So I'm not sure if they're going to try to carve out an area on the land that the federal government owns to make the parking lot, but then the question becomes, how do you get there?
Right.
So that may very well be grounds for an injunctive action if in fact they don't have access on a public right of way. That would be a very strong argument.
And intensification of an existing easement might also be a problem for them. If they're going from an easement that is lightly used to one that is routinely and heavily used, that too is a problem, potentially.
Agreed.
All right, thank you, Tammy. I'd like to give some other folks the opportunity to speak. Did you have a final comment? Next on our list is Krista Russo. You are ready to go, Krista.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Town Council, for hearing us this evening. So I just want to say that we're at Hillside and we abut the property in question. And the parking lot in question would be just about in our front yard. So to the, I guess, Mr. Ursillo, I would just like to tell you that that parking lot property would abut an easement that was granted in front of our house to be a driveway to the group home. So there are two women next to us who are disabled, and I do believe that that is classified as a group home. So the other thing that we would like to say is, so we've been here for about 10 years, and the Chafee property is our front yard, basically. So we found out about this from an email from some folks in Middlebridge, and we really did not read the fine print. And a day later, we found out from neighbors what was going on, and it's truly alarming. It is preposterous to have this happen in this neighborhood. As my neighbors have said, and I back up everything that has been said before me, all of these roads are dead-end roads. There is no reason for anyone to be in here unless they know someone in here, period. So, you know, one thing we were concerned about is, as far as folks having an inlet and outlet to get in and out of here, are they going to take the end of Crest and maybe connect that up with Narragansett, which would then make us just a shortcut to Narragansett? So, you know, that's really a byproduct of our concern, but there's one thing. On October 18th, 2014, we had to call the South Kingstown Police Department because our children, we have 3 boys and one of them is a 2020 graduate as well, called us because they were cowering in our house because folks were in our front yard with weapons. So we called the police, and the police directed us to call the DEM. So these folks arrived on the scene. They went into the woods in front of our house, which is the property we're discussing. And they were in there for, I want to say, 4 to 5 hours. They had automatic weapons. So even if the folks in the woods did not have, you know, high, you know, what's that? Velocity weapons, yeah, sorry. The folks who responded to our concern did. And they pulled the folks out. They were there before hunting season. They had a bag of bait. They were a bag of food. They were baiting deer. They were not 200 feet from our property. I believe the measure is feet. They were not 500 feet from our property. They were in our front yard with our 3 small children home. So you will be able to find that if you would like to reference it with the South Kingstown Police Department and possibly the DEM for October 18th, 2014. These folks were finally, 2 out of 3 were found. Their weapons were taken away from them, and I'm not quite sure what happened to them after that, but it all happened in our front yard over the course of 4 to 5 hours. So now they're talking about putting, so at that time, hunting was legal in this property. However, they were not there in season. Shortly after that, folks came out from DEM or federal, I'm not sure. They went into the woods and they put out a 200 foot rather, not mile, marker and a 500 foot marker. So clearly, you know, we as humans, we really can't figure out what 200 or 500 feet is from eyeing it, or what direction you're shooting in. So you could be shooting into my front yard, and my front yard right now has a fire pit with Adirondack chairs that we just bought and 6 foot spaced so that our high school seniors can have a safe place to congregate with masks and talk to each other. You know, so this is my front yard you're talking about that could have ammunition flying into it. And then to the left of us with these two women who are profoundly disabled with 24-hour care. The idea that this is an okay place for this parking lot to be built, which is, hello, where's Coastal on this one? For this parking lot to be built and for this to happen is absolutely preposterous. And after we had our neighborhood meeting, we came back down to our house and there were kids, 5 of them, coming down the hill on scooters. So, you know, that's the neighborhood we're talking about. It's incredibly unsafe for so many reasons for this to ever be even thought about happening.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
All right. Maggie Clune, I see your hand raised again. I'm actually going to bring in Jerry Ann Chapman because she hasn't had the opportunity to speak yet, and then we'll get you to you, Maggie.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to add for everyone that certainly understand their concerns. I'm looking at the Federal Register right now, and that I don't know how much it would count, but certainly they can add their comments to the Federal Register and get them published. And they have until June 8th. I'm reading that the comment period goes until June 8th for this particular one, and it lists all the areas that you're talking about. So, and there are comments there already that they can read to see other people have put up. So that's all I have to add. I just wanted to I know that they're kind of at wit's end, and I just wanted to make sure they knew they still have a little bit more time than June 1st, that they can go ahead and add their comments individually to the register and get them recorded.
Thank you, Jerry Ann. Maggie Clune.
Hi again, everybody. I just wanted to say that I had volunteered my backyard for the meeting on Monday morning, and we decided at that meeting that we would meet again tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock at 7 Holland Drive. I'd like to invite all of you to come. You will hear many more comments from many people, and we really need your support to help lead us in a direction to prevent this from happening. So we would love for you to attend. Again, bring your mask, bring a chair, and the backyard is big enough to accommodate anyone with plenty of 6 or 10 feet or 12 feet between all of you. So it's a safe place to do that. And we would really appreciate you hearing more from this community and seeing people and meeting people who are so concerned about this and so fearful of this. So please come, 6 o'clock, 7 Holland Drive. It is a dead end. It goes right up to the woods that are actually state-owned. And we would love for people to meet you as well. So please come. Thank you.
Thank you for that invitation, Maggie. And Nancy Shanahan, you have another comment? You are.
Hello, are you able to hear me? This is Nancy Shanahan again. Yes, a final comment to just a couple of points that were missed and regarding the hunting at Chafee and the proposal. This would be for 7 out of 12 months of the year that hunting would be allowed. And our other point being also is that it would be for an unlimited number of hunters. There are no limits proposed to the Chafee hunting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this point, Rob, you've heard a lot of discussion from council members, from public. We'll have a little more discussion here with the council, but do you feel like you've got a good sense of what you can write a letter about?
I've got a great list of comments. Again, the things that I'm hearing are about the density, they're about the uses that have grown up around the facility, uses of the facility, compatibility of hunting with the uses that have grown up around the facility, and the uses that are currently made of that facility. The parking question is an interesting one. I don't know exactly how to handle it, but I know that we should be commenting on it. We don't control land, so we can't give them an access easement, but we may be able to talk to the state and get some sense of whether or not there's any willingness to even entertain that possibility. And I'd like to be able to say in commenting to the Federal Register that we've spoken to the state and the state has expressed a willingness. I'll see what we can do with that. I'd also suggest that while we can't do a resolution tonight, every council member can, of course, write a letter as a council member. There's no reason why you can't write a letter in response to the Federal Register notice and sign it as a member of the town council.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion, Rob. Deb, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just have 2 questions. Has our federal delegation been involved? Reed or White House? Where have we?
I spoke to Reed's people last week. It was Thursday or Friday. They're aware of it. They're monitoring it. Again, from their perspective, it's a statewide issue. It's not just these 2 locations, but yes, they're aware of it.
But I guess I'm hoping that they could be a conduit. Their staff could let the residents know how this is progressing so they don't have to watch the Federal Register for any notification of it.
If we can give them a point of contact, or if we...
Yeah, I would think, our senators would want to, be able to notify these folks about what's happening. And then I have another point. So we were invited to a meeting tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, but we have quorum open meetings issues. So I don't want to disappoint anyone, but if more than 2 of us show up, we're going to be in violation of the Open Meetings Act. So I think that's something that needs to be stated so folks don't think we're ignoring the invitation, but we have limitations.
Thank you, Deb. I was going to point that out myself. I unfortunately will not be able to make it. Going to be celebrating my son's birthday with him tomorrow night. So I would definitely open that opportunity up to a couple other folks if they can make it. Beyond that, in terms of any final things that occur to me before you write the letter, I would say, again, we can say, in general that we're opposed to this plan, but then, yeah, definitely having bullet points about specific issues that we would really discourage in the proposal. Primary among those being that parking lot. The other thing, I understand that there's overpopulation of deer and probably coyote in the area, but I did see foxes. Fox hunting is included there, and I do not believe that foxes are in any way overpopulated in the region. So I would be opposed to fox hunting on those lands in particular. But I can make those comments myself, I suppose. All right, any other comments on this issue? Very good. So that brings us to the third issue that we added to the agenda, which is the budget referendum.
All right, and Mr. President, I've got a resolution, or I'm sorry, a proposed or a draft referendum schedule. Executive order. Again, speaking to the town solicitor, the authority to modify a charter provision is very limited. Under normal circumstances, the only people who can change the charter are the people, the electors of the town itself. We're not talking about an ordinance that the council has the authority to change. We're talking about the fundamental organizing document that was voted on by the entire population of the town. And under normal circumstances, the only way you can change the charter is by having it go out to a public vote and changing the charter. Our charter specifically says that the referendum will be well, it doesn't say in person, will be held on the Tuesday after the second Saturday in June. This year it's June 9th. And it also outlines that the referendum will be an all-day referendum held from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. Those provisions really imply an in-person, all-day referendum that requires folks to show up at a polling place. And we really aren't in a great place to be doing that. It's not an ideal circumstance. The solicitor, looking at actions that have been taken by the governor in the current pandemic and sort of looking at what is reasonable, has concluded that in an emergency, under an emergency declaration, the town manager is in a relatively safe place, changing the date of an election, of a referendum election. Now, I will point out that we probably are going to have to, in fact, certainly are going to have a physical polling place opened on the day that we set for the referendum, no matter what. Otherwise, we'd be denying people who don't want to do things by mail, who forget to get their mail ballot in time. We'd be denying those folks the ability to vote. So we are probably looking at, well, no, again, I don't want to say probably, we are looking at a physical polling place. What we can do by changing the date is give an opportunity for as many people as possible to submit an application for a emergency ballot and to mail that emergency ballot in, hopefully reducing the number of people who have to show up at a polling place, a physical polling place, on the day that the election will be held. Now, moving the date does have some challenges for us because when we were looking at a referendum on June 9th, we were contemplating having the recreation center available to us. After June 29th, the rec center will no longer be available to us for an election because recreation programs will be getting back underway. So with the summer programs starting up on that date, the rec center will not be available to us. So we will have to have a physical election, a referendum, in all likelihood at the high school, not at the recreation center. There's some disadvantages to that. I'm not gonna get into great detail about it, but we probably don't have as much capacity to isolate and distance through social distancing at the high school as we would at the recreation center. The canvassing board met last Monday and again last Friday. They're very concerned that we do everything we can to reduce the number of people who show up at a physical polling place. And, you know, maximizing the opportunity to do emergency ballots through the mail is certainly a way to avoid having people show up at a polling place. They had talked about wanting to push the date of the referendum off so as to increase the time period within which voters would be able to request a ballot and then complete and mail a ballot back into the clerk's office. At their Friday meeting, commission suggested the date of July. Oh gosh, Susan, are you here with us? I think they said the 14th. Am I correct?
That's correct, Rob. It's Mike. It was July 14th.
July 14th.
That's correct.
July 14th actually starts bumping into some other electoral activity, and I'm a little bit nervous about that. I'm going to let Susan describe what she bumps into in that week. Susan?
Oh, good evening. Actually, the whole month of June and half of July bumps into other election activity. But as far as July goes, nomination papers for candidates for congressional, state, and local offices get filed from July 1st to July 10th. We then will have to verify all of the signatures on those nomination papers by July 16th, which is quite a project for my office to handle, on top of everything else that we are doing. There's also election things that are going on in June as well. There are candidate declarations, endorsements getting filed, and then we have to actually issue the nomination papers. So the entire time period to hold a budget referendum at a different time is butting into existing election schedules, no matter what we choose.
And that's true even for the original date of June 9th, because the presidential preference primary has been
That's correct.
governor to the 2nd, which is just 1 week prior to the date that the charter identifies. That's a problem because even the election day of June 2nd for the presidential preference primary isn't the last of the work that needs to be done. The elections staff have to work on post-election verification and reports and this sort of thing. And really, they don't get done with that preference primary until Thursday or Friday of that week. So the 9th even is a bit of a problem this year because of the moving of the primary date. But of all of the conflicts that we see in that period of time, June 9th to July 14th, the 14th is probably the most problematic because if you have to certify the the candidate forms on the 16th, taking the 14th out of the equation, having gotten them in on the 10th, you're taking 1/6 of all of the time available for that process with regard to all of the candidates who are filing for office. The 14th is a particularly tough one. So talking to Susan, it seems to me that the best date for us to move to is probably the 30th of June. That would give folks more than a month. If we can lock that in tomorrow by executive order, that would give folks more than a month to make a request for a emergency ballot and to get that ballot back to the clerk's office. It also gives us a little bit of wiggle room moving toward the 14th and that next big tranche of work for the elections office. So I will leave it at that and look for some guidance from the council. I don't want to, be arbitrarily setting dates, but we're sort of in that space right now. We're not able to sort of predict which date is going to be better as a matter of pandemic science. We're not going to be able to tell how much time beyond a month is going to be beneficial to voters. We're operating outside of the charter. We're operating outside of experience. and it's just what's reasonable. I think based on the conversations with Susan, based on what I heard from the canvassing board, I think a date of June 30th is reasonable, but that's just me. And as the old saying goes, none of us is smarter than all of us. I'd like to hear from others before changing something as fundamental as a date in a charter.
Thank you, Rob. Bryant, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Abel. This is Bryant. Before you brought up the June 30th date, Rob, I was suggesting or thinking about why not do it, say, again, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but the following week in July.
So one of the things that we do run into is the further out we get, the more we're pushing our finance director into uncharted waters. We're supposed to be getting tax bills out on July 1st. We're not going to succeed even if we go to a referendum on June 30th. However, within a week, we should be able to sort of move on. The further out we go, the more out of the ordinary our management of finances and the budget are. That's one reason. The other is we don't necessarily improve the circumstances for Susan and her staff. We just extend the pain. And finally, we don't necessarily improve our circumstances with regard to COVID-19 because we don't know where we're going to be for the physical election a week later. It could be worse because we've seen a spike due to increased mobility in the early part of the summer. It could be down. We just don't know. We cannot predict whether we're making things better or worse for the people who show up at the physical poll. And there will be people who show up at a physical polling place no matter what.
And we feel that if we did June 30th, that would give the clerk's office and citizens the ability to request ballots in time to send them back.
So again, we're operating outside of our experience. It is more than a month. Again, as soon as folks know that that's going to be the date, they can start making the application. Susan has prepared the ballot. The only thing that is missing from the ballot is the date. So the ballot could be ready. I don't want to speak for Susan, but in theory tomorrow. Susan?
Not exactly. The application could be ready tomorrow or the next day. The ballots need to be sent to the Board of Elections, which has to send it to a printer. We have to get a proof back and make sure that everything is correct. And then they print the ballots and deliver them to us. The process could take up to 2 weeks to get it. It could take as little as 1 week.
But we would certainly have ballots by a June 30th date.
Oh my God, we'd have ballots long before that. Long before that. We can start accepting applications and processing applications for mail ballots. And as soon as we do receive the actual ballots, we would begin mailing them out to those who had requested them.
Deb, I see your hand up.
Yeah, Deb Kelso here. Have you had a discussion with the Board of Elections on turnaround?
Yes, I have.
And they're confident in their ability to get these. I mean, I just got my presidential primary one today, and it's, that's a week out. So I don't have a problem with the last week of June, as long as we're confident that the Board of Elections will have the ballots in your hands in ample time, Susan, and to get your work done. It's my only concern, as long as we have them in the residents' hands a week out.
Yes.
Major concern.
If I sent the proof to the Board of Elections tomorrow, even if it took 2 weeks for them to get printed and returned to us, that would be June 10th, which allows 20 additional days for those ballots to be sent out to people.
Okay. My only other concern is that we're stepping outside the charter, and I
yes,
I have a problem with that, right? So I don't have a problem with voting by mail whatsoever. I think everyone should, and I think we should extend the voting to, in any election, by mail ballot should be the norm, not the exception. But stepping outside the charter, I am uncomfortable with. We have a charter for a reason, and I am fearful that stepping outside the charter cavalierly, I guess, and I don't think this is a cavalier issue by any stretch of the imagination, but the people should weigh in on charter issues. The residents should weigh in. This council has given the manager the authority to act as the executive during this time of emergency. And I guess I have to have faith that because the governor executed a similar order, that we have confidence that the manager has the legal right to do so as well. But I am very uncomfortable with stepping outside the charter.
You, Deb? Joe?
Thanks, Abel. So Joe Veely here. So a couple of things come to mind. One is that we've put a board of canvassers in place, and they've made a decision with probably more information than I have before me right now. And while I agree with you, Rob, it's unpredictable what week the conditions of the pandemic will be good and one week will be worse. And so, I mean, we could say, let's move this to August sometime, and we don't know. You're right. That could be a worse time for a spike. But I'm concerned that we have a board of canvassers in place that has made a decision, and that we're thinking about changing that decision. So that's a concern of mine. A second issue is, Rob, you made mention that the rec center is not available because recreation programs will have hopefully started by then. But I mean, in any general election, we close every school. We could suspend recreation programs for one day for an election. If you thought, and I don't disagree with you, that the rec center is probably a much better place to be able to hold an election where you can have much better social distancing and separation of people, and just frankly have people feel more comfortable. It is a better situation. I'm not as concerned. I mean, I am concerned. I want to back up a second. I am concerned, as Deb is, that we're sort of changing the charter without the, the approval of the citizens. But as far as moving this further into July, as Brian suggested, maybe July 25th, July 28th, or whatever date that we would pick. Yes. So I get that it gives us some challenges where we're not 2 weeks into a budget year. We might be 4 weeks into a budget year. Again, I think it's sort of manageable. So I would think that the process would be that for July, we would live with a budget identical to last year's until it's known what the outcome of the referendum is. So those are sort of the 3 or 4 things that you're looking for input. So those are 3 of the 4 things that I really don't want to usurp the authority or judgment of the canvassing board. I think we could handle the financial side of it if it were to go later. The rec center, certainly we could suspend recreation programs for one day to have a safer election. That's my input, and I hope it helps you, Rob.
That's helpful. Actually, Mr. President, if I may, just a couple of follow-ups, because I do think that's helpful. First of all, we're not usurping the authority of the canvassing board. Our understanding is that the canvassing board has made a recommendation to move to the 14th. So it's a recommendation made. I'm not saying to heck with their decision. It's technically not a decision. So I don't know if that matters, if that changes the analysis any, but I think it's an important point. I respect the fact that we've had people looking at this and trying to come up with the right answer. I'm not lightly dismissing the recommendation that they've made here. I think it's an important piece of information. They weren't aware of the conflicts that Susan's described tonight with regard to the 14th. And I'm nervous about that. With regard to moving it out further, and I'd like some feedback from all of the council on this one. One of the things that I'm really most worried about is not inadvertently disenfranchising anybody. What we're trying to do is maximize the opportunity of people to participate. And the further we get away from the regular date, the greater the danger, I think, that people who would normally participate aren't around, or as we get more mobile and people get busy in the summer. I'm a little bit nervous about the idea that whenever you change a rule, some people are advantaged and some people are disadvantaged by the new rule. I'm trying to avoid, with this date of the 30th, advantaging or disadvantaging anyone. We want to make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity to participate. But I get nervous when we pick dates that aren't tied to some clear explanation as to why that date, yes, we could do it in late August, or we could do it in September, but that really changes things in a big way, and people can be advantaged and disadvantaged just the further you move or change the rule. So I'm a little nervous about that too, and I'd like to hear from folks about that.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up, Rob. I'll take responsibility for sort of loosely using terminology. So thank you for that clarification.
If I may, when the Canvassing Authority originally discussed the budget referendum and dates to delay it to, their first suggestion was to put it off to June 30th. We had raised some concerns about the election work that was going on around that time period. And it was also brought up that the 4th of July weekend follows that June 30th date. And based on that discussion, the suggestion was then made to go out to July 14th. But that had been the first date that was suggested, and it does keep us within this fiscal year.
Thank you, Susan. Rory, I see your hand raised first.
Rory McEntee. I think ultimately what we're trying to accomplish here is as much participation as possible. Obviously, June 9th is 2 weeks from today, and that'll cause the inability of mail ballots, and ultimately people will not show up at the polls. This is a pandemic; they just won't show up. June 30th allows for mail ballots, but like you said, Susan, that is the beginning of the 4th of July week. I mean, who knows? People may be on vacation; they may not be. I actually like the July 14th date. I think we can make it work. I agree with Joe. I think we can afford to close the rec center for one day to make this work, assuming Susan's office can handle, the amount of work, considering all the other things that's going on at that time. I just think June 9th is the number of people showing up just won't be there. And I think June 30th, I'm not quite sure that'll be there as well. I like the Canvassing Authority's date of July 14th.
Brian, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, it is raised. It's a struggle, but I do feel that we're already changing the date, and June 30th kind of is the 4th of July potential week. Whether or not people will be traveling or not is in question. One of the thoughts I had, though, is with the extra work for the clerk's office, is there any way that we could have temporary employees for that day, or maybe work something out with a neighboring town with their clerk's office to help in this matter?
We all have been borrowing staff from both the library and the recreation department to help us with the sorting of the absentee ballots that have come in for the presidential preference primary, which, as we've discussed before, has been a phenomenal turnout. We have processed over 5,600 mail ballots. And it's taken a lot of work, and it's taken overtime, and it's taken additional staff help. There is potentially a little bit less work with this type of mail ballot processing, but there is still work. And perhaps we can continue to get assistance in that manner, but there is, you know, it's limited what people can do. We also are going to have to recruit poll workers for this budget referendum, just as we recruited them for the presidential preference primary, and provide them with all of the PPP that is deemed necessary to keep both the poll workers and the voting public safe when they enter the polling location. We will obviously be following social distancing protocols that the Board of Elections has indicated will be necessary, polling place setup to allow additional spacing than normal, traffic flow, line keepers that will keep people from getting too close together. There's all sorts of protocols that we are going to put in place to keep the voters safe for next Tuesday at the PPP, and we will do the same type of process for the budget referendum.
Rob, you mentioned potentially the high school. Just a thought. I mean, it's going to be hot potentially during that time. So my preference would be the rec center. Not that I want to take the day away from the rec center, but if that's the best building to keep everyone safe in, then I would be all for it.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I would echo the sentiments from Joe and Brian about, you know, trying to see if there's a way that we can use the rec center, whatever the date you choose is, Rob. I do have faith that Susan and Rob, having, you know, the expertise from the town side and running the election, that June 30th is a better date than July 14th. I did participate somewhat in the Canvassing Authority meeting, and I asked about the July 14th date that they selected, and there was really not a whole lot of substance behind the rationale for that. It's certainly less than what I've heard from Susan tonight. I would hesitate to push it back beyond July 14th, just because we're getting farther and farther away from what the charter dictates, really. And, you know, I mean, it's perhaps not that meaningful, but it does keep it at least within the budget year that we're looking at. So I think that those are all benefits to the June 30th date. I think there's plenty of time between now and June 30th for taking in applications for the emergency ballots and getting those ballots out to folks. So you know, that's my opinion, Rob. You can, you know, try and settle on a date. I definitely think June 9th is not practicable, but that's my 2 cents. Deb, you have your hand raised. You are muted, Deb.
So we know that June 9th is not, you know, at all possible. That's a given. I guess I'm going to put my 2 cents in that I'm in favor of the June 30th date, because I have the assurance from the clerk's office that they can get the applications processed and the ballots out to folks and get them back before that date, and not put undue stress on the clerk's office on July 14th when they're already in the middle of a week of certifying other election documents. So I guess my vote would be, as long as we're stepping outside this charter, June 30th is where I'd be heading, I guess.
Okay. Well, that's all helpful. I will get with Susan and Mike in the morning and we'll lock down a date. It will be either the 30th. Yeah, so I'm gonna just spend the moment to just sort of point out one of the things that we've talked about, which sort of encapsulates why I get uncomfortable changing a rule. Since we're no longer tied to the charter, we could do this on a Wednesday. It doesn't have to be a Tuesday. We could have the election on any day of the week. We've decided that because tradition and our culture say we vote on Tuesdays, we shouldn't do that. And it's that kind of discomfort here that I'm trying to avoid. We should stick as close to the rule as possible because that's people's expectations. So we do mess with rights by just moving it to the 30th. We're either going to shift the location to the high school or we're going to interrupt kids' summer programs. We've disrupted someone's rights in favor of someone else's, either way. And this matters, and sticking as close to the established rule, I think, is important. But I'll get with Susan and Mike and we'll lock down a date tomorrow. I'd rather not just, lock in the 30th tonight. I want to think about it and talk to Mike and Susan one more time, but I'm certainly leaning toward the 30th of June. Thank you.
Abel, I had my hand raised.
Sure, Brett.
Again, we're a council of 5, so whatever that goes, and we did give you executive order privileges for now. I'm with Rory. I think the 14th would be a better date. My concern would be that what if there's a delay or a hiccup in terms of getting the information back from the state or the printing back. I just want to make sure that people have the opportunity to vote either way in person if they choose to, but I would probably highly recommend doing the mail ballot because that's safer. But I do understand that it's going to be more work regardless if we do it on the 30th or on the 14th. And I think there's maybe some other ways that we can help the clerk's department, even if we had to go out and hire temporary workers for that one day.
All right, thank you, Brian. With that being said, we can move on in our agenda. I was thinking tonight's agenda looks light, but it does not.
Mr. President, before you go, there is a member of the audience who's got her hand up. I don't know if you wanted to entertain comment public in this or not.
No, that's all right. I think this is, you were seeking advice from the council and you've heard it. They can make their comment during comments from interested citizens. Item 8 on the agenda is communications. 8B is a resolution adopted April 28th, 2020 by the North Kingstown School Committee urging the continued appropriation of state and local revenues to support public education. It's been received, placed on file. What do we want to do with this? Any motion?
Joe Veely, I'll make a motion to place 8B on file.
Debbie Kelso, second.
So moved. Any discussion? All right. Seeing that I think our lagging has gone away, I'm going to move away from the roll call. Do I see anyone opposed to this motion? All right, that motion carries unanimously. 8C is an email dated May 14th, 2020 from Council Vice President DeCruz requesting reconsideration of a $6 million bond referendum for municipal infrastructure improvements that has been received and placed on file. And Bryant?
Sure. I gave it some thought after our last meeting, and I was thinking about the fact that we have roads in town that we have a lot of roads in town that need maintenance, which is important. We have the Matunic seawall that we were considering extending, which I think is super important because we're only one storm away from a catastrophe there, in my opinion. And also very importantly is the updating of our emergency radio system for the town. Now, in the email that I sent, I basically stated I think we should reconsider some of these. We could reconsider all of them. We could reconsider 1 or 2. But I just felt that we needed to come back and circle back and discuss this, especially at a time right now where we know what these items are going to potentially cost. We have a lot of research that's been done. I think, Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the seawall is shovel ready.
It is, yes. And in fact, so too is the public radio system. That's
Correct. So those are two things that are shovel ready. And, you know, there was a comment made by John Schock, and if maybe, could you bring John in? Thanks. John, what's the schedule right now for roads in terms of just literally getting stuff completed? Where do we stand?
Brian, are you talking about John Schock, Public Service Director? You talking about this upcoming fiscal year or in general?
In general, like you had mentioned something a while ago in terms
Yeah,
of.
so we've got about 150 miles of town roads, of which we've either repaved or reclaimed about, I'm going to say about 33% of them. So roughly we've done about 50 miles of roads, and we started that program back in 2000.
So 20 years ago.
Put into perspective, it took us 20 years to get 30% of the roads done in, you know, a third of the roads done in South Kingstown.
So holding off, I think, another year in terms of more, well, I guess we would still have some money in the budget, but we were going to increase it and try to speed that up a little bit, correct? By going to bond for additional.
Correct. The bond referendums, when those are passed for roads, helps us accelerate that program. Otherwise, you know, we do the pay-as-you-go every year and what we can afford based upon prioritization for upcoming year. For example, Tory Road's in there. Tory Road's, we've been driving it recently. It's just in terrible shape. So, I mean, I can do as much or as little as the council and the taxpayers choose to give us for funding.
All right. So I appreciate that, John. So the roads, in my opinion, are super important. The Matunic seawall is very important, but I see that we have a couple people in our meeting as panelists now, EMS, radio, and the chief of the Union Fire District. Lance, if you could talk about why the radio project is important at this point and where we stand with it.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, the radio system is extremely important because the system the police and the EMS are on now, they just don't have the coverage. The 400 system that we've put an RFP out for has been proven. You know, it works. We have the coverage. Fire's been using it. We've already have the frequencies allocated through the FCC. So it's, you know, I've been preaching this for almost a year and a half now that we have to update. It's just, it's a necessity.
All right.
Lance, thank you very much.
Okay.
And did you, Craig's also in the meeting. Craig, did you?
Craig, if you could go next and just talk about the importance of the radio system for your EMS.
Yeah, for us, you know, we share the same needs as the fire and the police. Our area concerns are just like fire and police, where we'll go to a call, typically in the south end of the town, Green Hill. We could be in a house and not be able to get out. One of the crew members may have to leave, take inside, go out to the truck and contact dispatch, which is not always the best scenario. We also have buildings in town that we can't get out of. So it poses a safety risk for everybody involved.
Right. If I remember correctly, we also have current issues with radio communication into existing schools. Is that correct, Lance?
Yes, it is. The 800 does not penetrate the high school, Curtis Corner, Broad Rock, even Wakefield School.
Right.
And I think, you know, when you look at large scale events, and we've seen this throughout the country, in the after action report, one of the main things that they find is a challenge or broke down was communication. And in an active shooter event or an active event, time is of the essence. Time is everything. And when you have issues with communication, that equates to lives.
Right. And the other thing is that I believe Union Fire District was going to share in this cost. Is that right, Steve?
That is correct. We have the money budgeted to, pay our portion of the bill. Just the other day, to put some perspective on this, we had 2 fire calls going at the same time. And also we had police officers that had to use our frequency because they could not use their own radios. So when you try to have all those things going on one frequency, it gets extremely complicated. And things could easily get lost or contributed to the wrong person, which puts people in jeopardy. So we're already seeing a great need for it. If we put it off this year, I mean, how long before we get it? I don't know that we can, keep working the way it is right now.
And Chief Pinch, one of the reasons the police department had to use the 400 system was because their 800 system wasn't sufficient enough, correct?
Oh, correct. We know there's areas that they're struggling with. So we, especially in the schools, when we were in session in schools, we allowed them to use our 400 radios so they would have access to dispatch. Otherwise they wouldn't have any communication other than trying to call on their cell phone.
Which calling on your cell phone is kind of crazy in my opinion.
Absolutely.
So those, I appreciate everyone from communication to EMS and the Union Fire District for coming in and sharing their thoughts. But like I said, when I look at this, these are all items that are pretty much shovel ready, ready to go. Rates are still fairly low. We have the ability to borrow. I know that we chose to postpone the bond on the school. But in my opinion, that is still very much in its infancy in planning. But we have 3 items actually. All of these items are pretty much shovel ready, because if you include road maintenance, I mean, that's just hiring the right contractors and planning. And John, how long is that list that we have? It's a pretty long list, right?
Yeah, it goes out, the capital goes out for 6 years at this point for roads.
And Chief Jaber, I'm sorry, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Chief Jaber here. Just a couple of comments to back up EMS and fire. I have my radio at home on all the time. And if I'm here, I do hear what's going on. And many times, as they've mentioned and Lance has mentioned, in the South area and inside the buildings, the schools, they either cannot transmit at all, or they can't be understood at all, or the tail end of the message always gets cut off. So that is on a daily basis. I just cringe when I hear them trying to contact the station and those radios aren't working. And it's just going to be a matter of time before something more serious happens. And they shouldn't have to be going to fire radios or whatever is available when they are really, most of the times the first responders and many times even on medicals or fires, it's just no fault to EMS or fire. It's just that they're on the road. They are the first cause to respond. And if they can't transmit, it creates a serious issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree with you, Chief, on that. And, we don't know what the future holds, but we never expected COVID to happen as an example. So I just want to make sure that we're prepared and that we don't have an event that we wish we had proper communication for all of our emergency responders in town, and also the citizens that are going to rely on those services. And I believe Joe has his hand up, so I'll yield to Joe.
So thanks, Brian. So there's no question these are all very important issues, that the EMS, the seawall, both, we know the costs there, and they're ready to go. Both pretty big and pretty important safety issues. The third item that we're talking about, the road program, we learned in our last series of budget hearings that not only is the money cheap, but we know that there's a savings by acting sooner because of increased costs later. So I almost never do this, but on the other hand, we know that this pandemic is having a major effect on state finances, for instance. So that trickles down to us. We know that we're going to see a huge decrease in meal tax. We're going to see a huge decrease in the hotel tax. So I'm not mentioning that to eliminate the discussion about bonding, to take care of some real safety issues and realize some savings by doing some things sooner. But I do think that we as a council need to keep an eye on both things, right? We do need to keep an eye on revenue and whether or not revenue is going to drop substantially. We don't know tax collection rate, what might happen to that. But these three items, besides doing them today, probably saves money, are huge public safety issues. So I don't disagree with you, Bryant, that the council needs to have this discussion. This is a communication, so we're not going to take action on it, but maybe it's time to accelerate the discussion in an agenda item where we can have the discussion about taking action. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Rob, I just see your hand there. I just want to point out, I think since it is on the agenda, we can pass some type of resolution in regard to what Bryant brings forward. So anyway, Rob, you had.
So thank you. I appreciate the council's considering these things. As you know, these have been high priorities for us for at least the last year. I mean, the road program acceleration is very important to improving the safety in our road network. The radio project is without a doubt one of the best improvements we can make to improve first responder and, for that matter, public safety in these locations where the network that we've relied upon for decades just isn't working the way it should. And in terms of Matunic Beach Road and that seawall, this is a ticking time bomb. These projects are not projects that have been advanced lightly. I will say that when we were hit with COVID and doubts about the revenue and about the ability of the community to tolerate large projects, we didn't abandon these. We're not walking away and saying, well, we can't borrow the money through bonds, therefore we're going to forget about these until next year. We're looking for opportunities for federal grants still. And, you know, given that there are a lot of federal dollars that have been put into the mix, we have more hope that we might find federal money for things like the Matunic Beach Road project than we might have had we not had COVID. Road infrastructure and infrastructure improvements like that are the sorts of construction projects that stimulus programs like to go for. We've looked into and have not exhausted the possibility of a leaseback program for the radio network. It's possible that we can find a company out there that would be willing to own and operate the radio network and then hand the equipment over to us at the end of a term. It may not be the best way, it may not be the cheapest way, but if it's the only way for us to proceed because there's no appetite for bonds, we can go that way. We're not abandoning these projects. We're gonna find a way to get these things done. It's not as quick, it's not as certain, and it's a lot more work. Having the bond money in hand would certainly be the easiest way for us to get the projects done.
Rob, I think one thing to note certainly is that, of course, we're not just authorizing the money ourselves right here. We'd just be giving, you know, our taxpayers and citizens here the right to authorize that spending. So not like this is a final determination. I'm looking at the wording that we looked at last meeting, which item J from the last agenda was a resolution requesting the legislators of the town of South Kingstown to introduce enabling legislation in the 2020 session of the General Assembly to place municipal bond authorization referendum questions on the November 2020 ballot. And then we could just amend it slightly to say for an act authorizing the town of South Kingstown to finance the town's capital improvement plan for the fiscal years 2020 to 2026 for various municipal projects in the issuance of not more than $6,500,000 in bonds, notes, and other evidences of indebtedness therefore. So Mike, my question is basically, could we make a resolution saying that under this?
Yes, yes, you could. This is on the agenda, posted to reconsider. If you wanted to, you could do that.
So I just wanted to throw that out there as a possibility. Happy to hear more conversation. Deb, I see your hand raised.
So a couple of concerns, I guess. We had some discussion last time about the General Assembly, which is where this question would go, to the General Assembly having the ability at this point to even consider that. I know that was brought up last time that it was questionable whether they would even have the ability to consider it at this time. Also, I think I would like to see the financial impact. So last meeting, we voted the question down to advance this to the November election. And I did so because I'm concerned about the COVID-19 impact on the financial health of the citizens. So I know that in April, our unemployment rate went to 12.5% in South Kingstown. A year ago, it was 2.3%. So my reasoning last time for not advancing the bonds to the November ballot was, let's see what impact this has on our residents' finances. I can't make a determination on this without seeing what these bonds individually do to our tax rate in the coming years. Once we sell these bonds, what happens? So if somebody can provide me with that information, that would be helpful. And I also am still hoping we can find a way. Obviously, the radio situation is dire. So I'm hoping we can come up with an alternative solution in the event that we do not get authorization from the General Assembly. That was about a $3 million cost to the town, was it?
It's about 3 million total, about 2 million for the town.
So we really need to come up with some creative solutions for the radios in the event that we do not get the authorization. It just screams that it needs help right now. So hopefully you can get me the information on what that looks like to our tax rate if we float this $6 million. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb. And I think one thing to add, my understanding is that the General Assembly is going to sort of take every single one of these bond referendum proposals from the cities and towns and pass them all at once when they come back into session in the last week. So I do think that they're going to have the time and the capacity to consider this. But that
just 1 minute. In the last week of what? You said in the last week. What does that
the last week of whatever they determine their session is going to be.
Okay. Last week of May, last week of June, what do you, I mean, this is last
Usually
week of May, so it would have to
yeah.
be the last week of June or the last.
I know usually in an election year, they like to get out of there
Right, they do,
the
by-
second to last week of June,
Sure,
but
they-
it's
yep.
sure.
Yeah, usually they're out just, before July 4th, but we don't know what's happening. So I just want to make sure that we are looking to a creative solution if we do not get this authority to put the bond on the November ballot from the General Assembly in time to do that.
Rob, I see your hand.
Yes, and we are and we will. In fact, we could put a request for proposals out with both options and see what happens. We haven't really had a chance to sort of circle our wagons recently to figure out how best to publish that RFP, but we can do an either or request for proposals, and that's probably the way we should proceed with an RFP, and we can do that soon. Our contractor who helped design the specifications for a system is ready to go to the street, we can do it. It's just a matter of giving them the go ahead and saying, do it with an either or, with a lease option or with a purchase option, subject to the availability of funds, and we'll see what we can do that way. As far as the impact on finances, Zach is now in the room, and Zach can do better than I can, but $6.5 million at 3% is about $195,000 worth of interest on a year. So the total cost for debt service on that is just north of 200,000, 250,000. Well, no, actually, Zach, I'm gonna let you do math because I'm doing it on the fly.
Sure. I mean, the interest rate environment is somewhat stable right now, but still volatile because the markets are still kind of in flux because of everything that's going on. I'd like to talk with our fiscal advisor to see where we stand today. Obviously, the size of the bond would have an impact on the appetite of the market to see where it would. Larger bond deals are getting more attention than smaller ones. We just saw that with the $4 million that we did for the schools. But if we did it at a 4% rate, you'd be looking roughly, the debt service in the early years would be in that high 500,000, 580, 585 mark. If you did a, level principal, over 20 years at 4%, I think we could do better than 4. But I believe in the capital improvement plan that those were the numbers that we had used, a 4%, which has been the historical rate over, I think, a 20-25 year period. So looking at them individually, we could break them out and then come back and tell you what each one would look like if you want to take them collectively at the 6.5 or just wanted to take them individually and go out to market that way, and how you want the ballot to look and the voters to decide if you want them to vote on each project individually. We could have a cost for each one, or do it as a collective $6.5 million and then allocate appropriately.
So on that point, if I may, the idea of breaking it up is appealing in some ways because it means that the sort of sticker stock involved is smaller, but it is more expensive. These are all projects that do need to be done. And we do, as Zach points out, get lower interest, lower buyer interest. People don't want to bid on the smaller bonds. So the price we pay is higher. We pay more for smaller bonds than we do for larger ones generally. And the other piece of it is every time we go out, we have transaction fees. So if we were to break it up into multiple bond offers, we'd be paying the attorney twice. We'd be paying the multiple times. We'd be paying the financial advisor multiple times. The transaction costs can be expensive as well.
Thank you, Rob. Brian?
Yeah, just a quick thing I wanted to add. If we have enabling legislation for the 6 million or so, it doesn't mean that we technically have to then bond for the full 6 million, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So I think having the ability and not knowing how the State House is going right now, I do know that I was watching some House Finance Committee meetings on cable access. So they are starting to meet. They're not all wearing their masks properly, but it is what it is. I would be in favor of at least putting or getting the ball rolling on the enabling legislation so that we can have the ability to go to bond if we choose to. And hopefully by that point, we'll have a better idea of what a lease option would look like on the radio system versus a purchase. I mean, leasing is going to cost us more money, but it might be the way to go in terms of financing it if we don't have the actual dollars. And then we can take it, one step at a time and decide at that point if we want to do all 3 items or just 2 out of the 3 or some other variation.
Great. Thanks, Brian. One thing I would suggest is I think you know, we probably have enough time that we could wait until our next meeting on June 8th. Is that right? And potentially send the language to the General Assembly following a vote then. I think that there are good reasons to do that, and that it would give more time for council members to understand what the impacts of bonding are. It would also put it on the agenda as more of a solid item for the public to comment on. I don't know if there's thoughts about that. We could have a motion tonight to add that language that I referenced earlier to the next agenda, or, you know, if people are decided that they don't want to consider this at all, we can just sort of send this to file. What are people's preferences, I guess?
My preference, I mean, in my mind, I support it. I support it since I actually put it on the agenda, or tried to put it on the agenda. So I would be definitely in favor of doing something tonight. But if other council members feel like June 8th would be a better date, that's okay with me as well.
Abel, Rory McEntee, I prefer we take this to the next meeting and vote on it then.
That's right. Deb, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I'd like to see the numbers first before, to see which way I'd rather proceed. 6.5 million impact to the tax rate and once it's sold, or the bonds, the projects separated, and how we'd like to see it on the ballot. So I'd like the luxury of seeing those numbers before I make a decision.
I can understand that. Any other comments on this item? Right, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we add this item to our next agenda with verbiage for the bond referendum, and also obtain information on the breakout of costs associated with doing it all in one lump sum or breaking the projects apart individually.
Do I hear a second?
Rory McEntee, I'll second that.
We have a motion from Bryant, second from Rory. Susan, would you take the roll?
Yes. Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Beely.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much. All right. That brings us to 8G, emails dated May 15th, May 16th, May 18th, and May 20th from Doral Beasley concerning mail ballot voting for a budget referendum. These have been received and placed on file. See our attendee list. I don't see Doral's name on the list. Doral, are you present? All right, Rob, I know that we've extensively discussed this item in some regard when we added that to the agenda, but feel free to address some of Doral's points if you'd like.
Just one sort of important point for folks to have in mind, and that is that there is a difference between an emergency ballot and a mail-in ballot. The difference between a mail-in ballot and an emergency ballot is that emergency ballots are requested by voters. And mail ballots, like what we've seen with the presidential preference primary, are simply, the application is mailed to all of the voters. We have 22,000 voters in South Kingstown, and mailing applications out to all of them is expensive. And we've found with the PPP also misses the mark quite often. There are hundreds, if not thousands. Susan, how many ballots have you got that were mailed out that have come back? Or I'm sorry, applications.
The applications, I couldn't give you an exact number. However, there are 9 mail trays full of undeliverable mail that was sent out by the Secretary of State's office just for the town.
Right.
There's probably, I don't know, 50 to 75, 100 in each tray. I mean, the trays stacked up are about 4 feet tall. And we're in the process of getting help to sort through them because we then have to address each one individually and perhaps make those voters inactive, depending on what happened with that mailing.
So the point there is that the mail ballot system, if you're not if you're not set up for it, has kinks you have to work through, and we're not contemplating an application going out to all 22,000 voters for the referendum. We're contemplating that voters will make an application. They'll be able to do so online, but you're going to have to initiate the application. So I'm sorry, Susan's shaking her head. My description of online is too broad.
Correct. The applications can be made available on the town website to be downloaded, printed, signed, and either dropped off in the drop box at the town hall or mailed to us. This is not an online registration of any sort.
Okay. Good. So that's just a distinction that I think is important. Folks have said they want to see mail ballots. We will be able to have an application that people can download, sign, send in through the mail. They will receive a ballot in the mail and they will return it in the mail. But we're not going to just automatically send out applications to all of the voters on the polls, many of whom we know from the PPP may have moved or are not for whatever reason available to receive those applications.
Rob, any discussion on this item? Do I hear a motion on it? We could place it on file.
So this is Debbie Kelso. I'll make a motion that we place Mr. Beasley's emails on file.
I'll second that motion. Brian DeCruz.
So moved. Motion from Deb, second from Bryant. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to item 9, comments from interested citizens. I see Roberta Mulholland is first in line. And I'm going to unmute you, Roberta. You should be good to go.
Good evening, everyone. I had a question going back up to the moving of the date for the referendum vote. Originally during the work session, Rob said he was the one that has the authority to do this. Am I misunderstanding that the council doesn't have any authority to do that? And would a council vote on that possibly be stronger in case someone who isn't happy with the results challenges this charter change?
Thanks, Roberta. I'll let Mike answer that one.
Sure, it's Mike Ursullo. So like with the other orders, emergency orders, the council can ratify it at a future point, but actually it is the manager who has the power to do this. Similar to the fact that it was the governor, not the General Assembly, that had the power to move the state primary election. We've done some considerable research on this. and come to the conclusion that the best chance of withstanding a challenge is for the manager to issue this under his emergency powers. And again, we can have the council ratify it at a future point.
Okay, and the manager's also the EMA in South Kingstown?
That-
The EMA
That is correct.
director?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
So this will be an emergency change and worded that way then? That
Yeah, it'll be a whole new emergency order standing on its own. It'll have several whereas clauses in it, building up to the ultimate decision.
Okay. Just following up on we're not going to mail out the ballots for the referendum or application for the ballot. Someone will have to download them or get them online. Will they be able to be picked up, say, at town hall? Although you can't just walk into town hall anymore. Is there a way that you can provide where people could just pick up an application, fill it out, and either drop it off in the Dropbox or mail it? Just for the people that they're not going to do it. They're not watching the Zoom. They're not going to download anything.
Roberta, if I may, we have a forms box with town clerk's office forms and voter registration forms outside of the town hall that we intend placing the emergency ballot applications into. There is also a box just like it at the Peacedale Library outside their main doors, which will be similar slide with those forms that people can pick up. And yes, they can fill them out and put them in the town hall Dropbox, or they can mail them to our office.
That's great. That's what I was worried about. And then I want to talk just under general comments about the signs that went up last weekend on some of the roads. And I don't want to talk about all the signs. I want to talk about the sign that said "Practice Safe 6." I think that sexual innuendo on that sign is inappropriate. I think it's inappropriate coming from the town, and I think it's inappropriate on the roads. I don't think that is appropriate for a workplace. Sexual innuendo is a form of sexual harassment in the workplace. There is law on that. And I don't think that we should be putting that out there. And I don't think we should tolerate that in our town hall. I would like that sign to be removed from the public roads. I do think it's more than offensive. I think it is just completely inappropriate for our town to be doing that. And I don't know who made the signs. I know that Rob put them out there, published them on Facebook. And again, I don't think that's appropriate coming out of a place of employment, and you are the employers. So I do want you to consider that. And if you deem it's appropriate, then I'd like to hear that. And do any of you have any problems with it? Do any of you see the potential problem with that? And would you allow that in your places of business?
Open that up to council members if they feel they want to answer the question.
Abel, it's Mike Ursillo. So if you are going to open it up, you of course have to add this as an agenda item because this is public comment.
So,
Hey, Rob, if you want to.
I will just note that those signs were designed as a sort of high impact weekend, Memorial Day weekend notice for folks coming into the beaches. The weekend is over. Those signs have all come down. We will, of course, consider the public comments that have been made before we redeploy for any future events. So, Ms. Mulholland, your points are well made and well taken. I appreciate the feedback.
Well, I would like you to say that you're not going to put that one out again. that you recognize that this is not appropriate. I don't need you to make an admission, but I do think that as an employer, the council is employing the manager who hires everyone else. We wouldn't tolerate that. And I think it just reflects badly on our town. And I think it reflects badly on all of our elected officials.
So if what you're looking for is the statement, we will not use that sign again, I can make that statement here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberta. Nate Merrill, you are next in line. You are unmuted now.
Hey, good evening, council. Thank you for staying up late for us tonight. I wrote a letter to you expressing interest in a no public access sign that went up on Water Street in Matunic. Since writing that letter, I was able to watch the town council meeting where that was discussed, and I understand sort of where it came from. I still found the resolution of it unsatisfying. On advice of John Schock, who told us to go look at the town land records, and we were able to do that. And what we found was that Water Street there's not a lot of information on Water Street, and it certainly isn't on either of the properties abutting the road. It's not a situation where it's an easement on someone's property and someone else has an easement to go over it. It seems to be the edge of people's property from deed records and the town records. So I just like the town to reconsider the signage that it is no public access to the pond. That road has been used for many, many years, which will be relatively easy to document as a public way to Potter's Pond through the mooring field, as well as a Miss to Muse race has been going on for enough years to prove that point. So I'd like the town council to reconsider the tacit support of blocking that public access from a budding neighbor. I understand it's an issue with the crowds there, but it's an issue because that's a good place to launch a small boat and access the pond that's been that people have been doing for years and years. So if we could also not allow for anybody to put a barrier up, certainly someone who doesn't own that right of way. It's unclear who owns that right of way. In the records, the only one I could find from it was from 1927 from a Matunic Beach Point Club that was granted as a grantee, but no grantor listed. So I think more work needs to be done by the town to figure this out before public access is denied. And we're going to keep digging down onto who owns it and what's the right of way for. So if you all could please reconsider the signage and definitely don't allow blockades.
Thank you, Nate. I appreciate all that research you've done. Rob, it looks like you want to speak.
Yeah, so our challenge here is that while there may be an easement that's been created in favor of somebody, it has not been created in favor of the town of South Kingstown as a municipal corporation. We don't have a particular right here to block people from constructing something on land that we don't own, and we don't have the right to insist that people allow their neighbors or others to use land that we don't have a legal right to control. We don't control it, and we can't tell whoever does, and I don't know who actually owns it and therefore has the legal right to control, but we can't tell whoever they are how to use their land. It's not ours. That's what we do know.
Okay, can I get a, I guess then if the police were to be called on someone using the right of way, they wouldn't be able to support an angry neighbor who doesn't actually own the right of way.
The police will intervene when there is a disturbance of the peace or when someone is violating a criminal provision of our ordinances or the state law, but they won't enforce assertions of private property rights.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
And John, I see that you joined the discussion here. I didn't know if there was something you wanted to add.
John Schock, Public Services Director. The only thing I can say is, it is not a town road. It's not in our road inventory. So if it's not town, it's owned by somebody else other than the town, private. And, we have no records of, who has rights or access to that right of way, even though I know some of the residents claim they've been using it for quite some time. We have no records of ownership or who owns that right of way.
So, Mike, I don't know if you can help us out here. It seems like it's unclear who does own this particular right of way.
And so, Abel, I'm getting very concerned now because we're really getting into a discussion on something not on the agenda. I'm more than happy to answer your question, but could someone just make a motion to add the issue of Water Street to the agenda just to cover ourselves?
Mike, it actually is on the agenda. It's communication item 8H. It just was a consent agenda item.
Well, fine, then let's have a motion to take it off the consent agenda.
Debbie Kelso, I'll make a motion to take item 8H off the consent agenda.
Do I hear a second?
Joe Veely, second.
Motion by Deb, second by Joe. Anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries.
Okay, so the answer to the question is that Rob is correct. It is not town-owned land. Even though we can't say this evening who does own it, we know the town does not own it. So therefore, it would be up to individuals in that area to work out who owns it, who has right-of-way access by deed or otherwise. I also agree that although the police department would certainly deal with any disturbance of the peace as it would on any private property, it cannot get involved with a civil trespass action. That would have to be between those individuals who claim ownership and those who are contesting that assertion. That would be a civil trespass action involving private individuals that the town would not be involved with. Want to make it very clear, police will deal with disturbances of the peace for sure, but will not get in the middle of private property rights where the town clearly has no ownership interest.
Thanks. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun, all that trespassing and whatnot. It would make better sense for the town council and the owners there to come up with some resolution at that level instead of some mess.
Thanks, Nate. I appreciate that sentiment. So Mike, my question is, there's a long history of public access along that right of way. What is that, if it can't be determined who does own that right of way, what happens then?
Someone, but that's actually not true because someone has asserted that they do own it at the last meeting. Whether or not they can prove that through title, through a deed, or some other method, that would be up to them. The individuals who believe they have a right to cross that right of way to the water would have to prove that through a procedure called adverse possession, meaning that even though it's a private right of way, individuals from the public have used it over time. But that's still back into a Superior Court action involving those private individuals. I don't see how the town can get involved with this. I see no legal way for the town. If the town had an ownership interest, then there certainly would be. But as John Schock said, it's not listed on our inventory. The deeds indicate, I have not looked at them, but according to what I'm hearing tonight, that someone granted it to something called the Matunic something association. So that again tells me that this is a private right of way, not a public right of way.
If such an organization, cease to exist, which it probably has at this point, then who does the property revert to?
This is going to take work from a title attorney, Abel. Whoever the successors are to the Matunic Beach Association, whatever that organization was, clearly there are a group of residents who live in that area who are taking advantage of the fact that they have some type of right of way to the water there. Their assertion is it belongs to them. If it's not clear through a title search exactly who that is, you're once again back into a Superior Court action for a judge to determine based upon testimony, based upon factual evidence, would have to be established in a civil courtroom as to who that ownership now belongs to. This will be very involved, very long. I understand the desire that the town should get involved to try to straighten this out, but we can't force a solution on anyone. That's the problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that. My concern is that, so let's say it goes to Superior Court and the court can't determine ownership by these people who claim ownership. They look at it, they see that there's adverse possession, public has a right of way here. Does then the court have the right to give it to the town, or how would that work?
Well, the court certainly has the right to make determinations, and I have seen a court do that in the past. I'm thinking as we're having this discussion, someone who could perhaps help is CRMC. CRMC has an extensive list of public rights of way. Maybe John knows the answer. I don't know if CRMC has ever listed Water Street as a public right of way, but I do know they've done extensive research throughout the state of Rhode Island on public right of ways. And if there's any chance that this was a public right of way, it would be in their inventory.
All right. So Nate, I don't know if it helps you, but maybe seek some advice from CRMC if that's possible.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So we do have another, we'll return to comments from interested citizens now. I see that Lou Krostowski would like to speak. And if you could just state your name for the record when you're unmuted, you should be ready to go, Lou.
Sure, Abel. Hi, it's Lou Krostowski. I did last week's Board of Canvassers meetings, both of them. So I was a little surprised tonight to learn that the decision with the date of the referendum was withdrawn. And so I was I'm a little mystified as to why they were notified of that prior to their, putting that aside. Can I assume that they've been notified of this now? And if what was their...
Lou, I'm sorry, you're coming through very garbled. I don't know if there's, I don't know if there's a different microphone, or I don't know how it would work, honestly. Any suggestions for folk from IT people here?
I have them on my Mac. It could be that our internet is not that good. Are you hearing me clear now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just go right to my question. In light of the 2 meetings held by the Board of Canvassers last week, and now learning that the decision really didn't reside with them as to the date of the referendum, that the town manager, have they been notified? And so, what was their response, and what input did they provide?
Abel, this is Mike Ursillo. Maybe I can respond. The Board of Canvassers absolutely understood that its recommendation was advisory. I was at the second meeting. It was very clear that they had control over the emergency ballot and the access to the emergency ballot and the conditions under which an individual could obtain emergency ballot. And they made that extremely broad, as I think Susan made clear tonight. Anyone can apply either online or through the mail or at one of the town facilities. However, their choosing of the date under the charter, they do not have that ability. And again, I made that very clear. So they did know that the date they were coming up with was a recommendation, which should be taken into consideration. Absolutely. It's the Board of Canvassers. But just from a legal perspective, they were aware of that. And as Susan mentioned, the first date that they actually considered was June 30th. And the only reason they then came up with July 14th was Susan mentioned that June 30th could, no date is great, but June
Right.
30th was going to lead to some problems with their office. They looked at the next weekend and realized, well, that's not good. It's July 4th. And then by default, it came to the following weekend, which was July 14th. So there's no doubt in my mind that they understood that they were making a recommendation with the date.
Okay, but was that today that this was going to be discussed tonight?
That was discussed at the Canvassing Authority meeting on Friday. They knew they were making a recommendation that the council would take up at their meeting this evening.
Okay, because that was.
Yeah, we've lost him.
And Lou, could you repeat that? I'm sorry. All right. Well, Lou, appreciate those comments. I think, at the Canvassing Authority meeting, it seemed to me that it was still sort of up in the air where the authority lies. And honestly, it's not clear that the town manager even really has the authority to move the election. That's part of the problem here. It's a charter provision, and there is no authority outside of a charter commission and vote on the charter to amend it that would change the date. But under this emergency authority, we're making the case that the town manager has that authority now. So that's, it's under sort of the executive theory of governance here. Okay. Are there? I'm sorry, Lou. It's just very choppy. We can't hear you.
All right.
All right. Are there any other folks who would like to make public comments? Tara Apperson, bringing you into the meeting. You should be good to go.
Hi there. Thank you for holding this meeting and, sticking with us for this long. It's late. So I was in favor of having the referendum on June 9th so as not to go outside of the charter. Obviously, it wasn't ideal for access to voters. But I think, going outside the charter does risk a lawsuit. Hopefully not, but you never know. So now it's obvious that a June 9th referendum date isn't feasible because of the timeline for the production of ballots. So I do think a June 30th referendum strikes a balance between staying as close to the charter as possible and changing the rules as little as possible. Like the town manager said, I think that's really important, while still having time for the emergency ballot process, which is also equally as important. So, I think we heard from the town clerk tonight that June 30th would be a manageable date for her office, and also that there's no foreseeable issue with getting ballots in time. And I also think that the later we get into the summer, the more voters we lose. So, Mr. Zarnetsky, I'm not sure who it's up to, but it sounds like you're making a decision tomorrow, and I do hope that you go with the June 30th date. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Christy, could you just state your name for the record, Christy?
Hi, this is Christy Fish. I just wanted to echo what Tara said. I agree with everything she said, and I feel like June 30th is a better date. And I listened to that entire meeting on Friday of the Board of Canvassers, and they did not, although I know what Lou is saying about not supporting their decision, they did not make it seem like they were tied to the date of July 14th for any very specific reason. Their main concern was that people had time to vote. And Susan has said, without a doubt, they will have time to vote to get the mail-in ballots by June 30th. So I just wanted to offer my support to Rob for the June 30th date.
Okay, thank you, Christy. Next in line, we have Jessica Rose. I'm going to promote you to panelist here, Jessica. And there you are. You are unmuted now. Oh, now you're muted again. You can.
Hi, thanks guys. I also wanted to echo what Tara said and what Christy said as well. June 30th is it's a happy medium maybe. And I just want to voice my support for that date. That's it.
All right, thank you, Jess. And that brings us to Jerry Ann Chapman. And let me unmute you.
Okay.
And you should be good to go. Please state your name for the record.
Okay, so Jerry Ann Chapman, I just wanted to again echo, I appreciate all the discussion on this. I was hoping that the discussion would actually have, comments when we actually had the discussion of it and wouldn't have to wait till interested comments from citizens. But I am glad that you are at least entertaining comments on this point in time. So, I really appreciate all the thought and consideration that's gone into this. And I think that it's really important and that everyone get a chance to vote on it. I would probably opt for the July 14th one only because I did listen to the entire meeting and it was pretty clear that that was their preference. They actually voted on that preference. It was a unanimous vote. I would hope that would alleviate any chance that there could be a misprinting or a delay in the printing or another town or something else has to happen. I just don't want to take the chance that could happen, and everything that we've discussed and everything that we've said tonight kind of doesn't get its due because something came in the way. I would opt for that later date. I think June 30th will work. I just think the 14th affords us everything that we have. Everything that I've kind of decided and planned on is kind of going up in smoke, with all this COVID. It's everything that I think is going to work and then doesn't work. So I just think that if we are going to make that decision and we are going to change it, that one, we respect the vote of the Board of Canvassers, and we realize that there was a lot of time and consideration given to that. And we respect the fact that they do have, if you read the legislation and you read the charter, you see that the town council transfers all the powers for elections and anything that has to do with elections to the Board of Canvassers. That's the way that, I know Susan, you're frowning, but I can read you that the Board of Canvassers has and discharges all the functions, powers, and duties of the town council concerning nominations, elections, registration, canvassing rights, preparing, correcting of voting lists, and other related matters, which powers are transferred to the local board from the town council. So it's a very powerful position, and it's supposed to be one that is not connected to the council. It's supposed to be an independent board that has made a recommendation. And I think I probably have to agree under an emergency powers, it is the town manager. It's not the town council because you've given him those emergency powers the same way the governor did the election. But I would hope that the Board of Canvassers would be given the consideration and the respect and the vote that they took. And if not, at least a discussion with them and a buy-in from them on the June 30th date. That's all I ask, so that we respect that particular Board of Canvassers. And thank you very much for listening to me.
You are welcome. Thank you, Jerry Ann. All right. Are there any members from the public who would like to speak still? Roberta Mulholland, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Abel. I just want to kind of chime in on I was happy to hear that the council members were respecting what the Board of Canvassers decision was. And I thought that you discussed it and it sounded like you had decided it was going to be on July 14th. Is there, Rob can decide tomorrow that it'll be June 30th? Is that what that is? You're going to let him decide whatever date?
He has the authority. He doesn't have to choose June 30th either. He could select some other date, theoretically. I mean, I think he's heard advice from council members and from the public at this point. And so, yeah, decision will be his.
Well, wasn't there a majority of the council that wanted to respect the canvassers' July 14th date?
I don't know, but
I believe there was. I believe 3 of you said you wanted to respect the canvasser's date. So I guess I missed the part that Rob can decide it could be a different date.
Well, this is, like I said, this is, it's his authority. We were asked to give input, but we don't have control over this. I suppose, he has to calculate whether he thinks this will offend enough members that it would impact our opinion of his job performance. But this is not something that the council is determining.
Is it at all disturbing to any of you that it's like you've abdicated all your authority? I mean, you're talking about something important. You're making a change in the charter. We need a vote on a referendum, and you expressed your opinions, but to think that the town manager can just make a different decision is...
Well, Roberta, we don't have the authority either.
I understand that, but you are the elected officials. You are the people that we voted for to be making the big decisions. You made a decision to give the manager these emergency powers. A majority of you voted to extend those powers, but that doesn't mean that you don't have a role. You are the people we vote for. We are the people we vote for. We don't vote for the town manager. You hired him, but you are the people to make the decisions. And I really do hope that the town manager follows what the consensus of a majority of you were and respects the people that you do appoint to the Board of Canvassers. They're not just an advisory board. They're an important board. So thank you.
Thank you, Roberta.
Really unbelievable.
All right. Are there any further people who would like to make a comment from the public? If you are on your phone, you hit *9 to raise your hand. Seeing no other hands from the public, I do see your hand up, Joe.
Yeah, I just want to make a motion to continue past 11.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that, Bryant.
We have a motion by Joe, second by Bryant. Is there any discussion?
What happens if we vote no?
Any opposed?
Just wondering, what if we, just vote no?
I think it ends.
Yeah, it would end.
The meeting would end. This is Micah. So the meeting would end and you'd probably set a new date for at least 48 hours from tonight to reconvene.
Okay, I was just wondering why we have this exercise, right?
It's
Why-
in the charter.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I don't know. It may actually be your rules and regs. I shouldn't go that far. It's somewhere.
Yes. Do I see anyone opposed to this motion? All right, that motion carries. I believe that brings us to the end of comments from interested citizens. Item 10 on the agenda is the town manager's report.
Great, and I'll try to keep this short so that we're not too much longer than 11. Big items on COVID response, letters that the council is aware of because of attendance at the Thursday meetings that we've been holding with the business community. Letters to all of the town's seasonal residents have gone out notifying them of the fact that we're making an effort to ensure that businesses are completing the checklists that the state has put in place. And we will be providing businesses that have completed the checklist for the state and have established their state plan with a decal that can be put on the front door of the business, indicating that those businesses have engaged in that good practice and have got a plan for managing COVID-19 safety protocols. Outdoor dining, the temporary outdoor dining service area item that has been discussed at the previous council meeting. The protocol that we've established for reviewing applications has been up and running now for about 2 weeks. We have processed 14 applications from restaurants. The turnaround on those has been less than 3 days. It's been closer to a day and a half to get folks the temporary service area permissions they need to operate restaurants and serve alcohol in outside areas. The 14 are really fairly widely distributed across town. We've got folks down in Matunic, we've got folks in Wakefield, and folks up at the South County Commons. But applications have been going smoothly, and we are starting to see some outdoor dining. On the signs that were raised earlier today in today's meeting, I will just note that the campaign to sort of draw attention to the fact that even as you're coming into South Kingstown to attend the beaches, you need to be engaged in COVID safe practices. You need to do social distancing, and you need to be wearing a mask when you're in close proximity. That campaign, in some ways, was it broke the internet, they like to say, right? A lot of folks on social media recognized the slogans as being sharp and jolting. They were designed to be sharp and jolting. The campaign, in a sense, was a success because people were talking about social distancing and wearing masks as they were coming into South Kingstown for the Memorial Day weekend. That having been said, the comments that have been made about them being perhaps slogans that were too jolting have been taken to heart. The signs were designed to be there for the weekend. They've been taken down with the exception of the "We love you this much" signs, those we've kept up for a little bit longer. We've collected those signs and will be redeploying some of them, not all of them, for future events. Again, it's really important for us to continue the messaging. Yard signs are a very inexpensive way to get the word out. And when you know where your customers are coming, what corridors are coming down, they're actually an effective way to get the word out. So I think that the concept is right. I think we need to refine the messaging a little bit, but I think the concept is right. And we're going to continue to make sure that we put out public safety messaging in this way over the course of the summer. Again, the messaging needs to be refined, and I appreciate that. But again, as a stark, sort of sharp message for the weekend, it worked well. We received media attention in Rhode Island and in Rhode Island stations that broadcast out of the state. So we got to the audience regionally that we needed to get to, and we didn't spend a lot of money to do it. So those signs are down, and we will find ways to deploy those or similar signs in the future. With that, I will make one other comment on the whole changing of referendum dates. The last caller asked, is anybody uncomfortable with this? I am uncomfortable with this. I am very uncomfortable with being in a position where we are operating outside of the charter and a date has to be picked. Balancing the interests of all of the voters, all of the citizens, and trying to find the right one is not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing for a council of 5. It's not an easy thing for a canvassing board of 3. It's not an easy thing for any of us to try to do. I will admit that I am probably more focused on the administrative dimensions of it and making sure that I'm not burning out good town employees, that we're not causing undue hardship or injury. Our town employees in the election division, and for that matter, the clerk's office generally have been working weekends, Saturdays, Sunday, Saturdays again, to get through this PPP. This is going to be a very difficult couple of months for that office to get through. They are one of the offices where all of the other work has not slowed down. Requests for marriage licenses still have to be processed. Death certificates, birth certificates still happen at the same rates that they typically happen at. That office has not seen any decline. I am worried about the people who work in that office, and that's part of my job. So that will influence the way that I make a decision tomorrow. I think that the advice that we speak to the canvassing board again makes sense, and I will ask Susan and Mike to join me on a call with members of the canvassing board. Whether we can do that as a canvassing board meeting is problematic because of the Open Meetings Act, but we will figure out a way to make sure that we are in touch with folks. But yes, I'm very uncomfortable with this. I do not want to be, I did not run for, I did not ask to be appointed czar of South Kingstown. I believe in collaborative decision-making, and I appreciate the fact that we're in a very uncomfortable place for everyone. Please know that I've heard every comment by every council member tonight, and I'm not lightly dispensing with or dismissing any of your comments. I respect every one of you and the advice you've given. This is an uncomfortable decision for me to have to make, and I'm sorry if it's not going to be one that makes everybody happy. It won't be. Obviously, we have a divergence of opinions here, but I'll do the best I can to make sure that we come up with a reasonable date and that we execute an election in a way that meets the expectations that the council has articulated tonight. And that's my report.
All right, thank you, Rob. Our next item is appointments. We did have a number of interviews earlier this evening, but I'm not sure. Is anyone prepared to make a resolution?
I'm comfortable appointing all 3, reappointing.
Okay, do I hear that motion? Do we want to discuss?
I'll make a motion to reappoint Maria Mack, Peter DiStefano, and Joseph Murphy to the planning board.
I'll second that, Bryant.
All right, we have a motion from Roy, a second from Bryant. Discussion. Seeing none, will the clerk take the roll?
Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
Councilman Deely.
Aye.
That vote is unanimous.
All right, guess we were ready. Were there any other, I guess probably no other appointments to be made. We need to re-interview everybody. That brings us to 12A, a resolution recognized the month of June as Pride Month in the town of South Kingstown, as shown on Exhibit 2. I will not read it unless folks want me to.
I'll make a motion to approve that item.
Second.
We have a motion by Bryant, second by Deb. Any discussion? All in Well, anyone opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. 12B is a resolution authorizing the town clerk to advertise for order of notice a public hearing relative to an application for relocation of a license to keep and sell alcoholic beverages in South Kingstown in accordance with the general laws of 1956 as amended as follows. Class A retail liquor license, application for relocation of a Class A retail liquor license by PBL Inc., doing business as Liberty Wine and Spirits, by Joseph Paglia, president, from 520 High Street, Wakefield, to 1321 Kingstown Road, Wakefield, for the first floor sales area in accordance with a special use permit granted April 22nd, 2020 by the Zoning Board of Review and is further defined in a site plan on file in the town clerk's office.
I'll make a motion to approve that item to be advertised.
Second.
I have a question for Mike. Mike, typically a notice to advertise goes on the consent agenda. So I'm curious why this one isn't, but I am not the applicant, but I do own the subject property. Should I recuse?
Yes, you definitely should recuse, Joe.
Even the notice to advertise?
Even the notice to advertise, yes, because ultimately a decision is going to be made by this council, which could financially benefit you.
Sure.
So in that case, you should not vote on even the notice of advertisement.
Sure. Thank you.
Debbie Kelso, I have a question. I read the application, but perhaps I read wrong. I thought the application stated that the applicant owned the property. It said, do you own or lease? And I'm certain I read owned.
Deb, it's my understanding that Mr. Paglia filled that application out. Kind of a quandary. He's not actually leasing the property. He is under contract. It's my understanding is under contract to purchase it. So he had difficulty answering that question. So his intention is to purchase the property if all of these permissions are granted to relocate the liquor store. And based upon that, that is how he answered the questions on the application.
So as between the two choices, own or rent, own is more correct because he has an interest which will perfect and he will own. He will not be a tenant. He will be an owner if the deal completes.
Okay.
Right, but Joe still has a financial potential.
Yeah, Joe has a potential conflict. He should not be voting. He should be recusing.
Joe will need to fill out a recusal form. We do have a motion and a second. However, I can't remember who made the motion and the second at this point.
I think I made the motion, but I'm not sure.
Yes.
Maybe Deb.
And Deb seconded it.
Deb seconded it.
Any further discussion on the item? All right. Susan, will you take the roll, please?
Yes. Council President Collins,
Aye.
Council Vice President DeCruz,
Aye.
Councilwoman Kelso,
Aye.
Councilman McEntee,
Aye.
and Councilman Veely.
Recusal, please.
The vote is 4-0. One recusal.
Thank you for that. And miracle of miracles, that brings us to the end of tonight's agenda. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second that motion.
Good, we have a motion and a second, Deb and Bryant. Any discussion? Anyone opposed?
The only thing I would say is that I really looked at the agenda today and I thought it was going to be a quick meeting.
Me too.
We all did. We all did.
I didn't want to say anything, but you know.
Not in our cards, not at all.
All right.
All right. Seeing none opposed, this meeting is adjourned at 11:25. Thank you all for taking part in it and for everybody who participated from the public and those who are still with us even. Have a good night.
Good night, folks.
Right.
Susan, I'm still here with you, but are you going to stop the recording and the live stream?